Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome, it's hot. Sorry, welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, June 27th. Thank you all for being here today. I do wish to begin by recognizing that this building and our operations take place on the beautiful territory of the Sauk Nation. We're here today with gratitude. Council, item 3 is approval of tonight's agenda. With this agenda, I wish to add the new business and supplementary information contained on the yellow pages, which is item 6.1, as well as new item 9.6. And I also wish to add a third item. So those items will go into their respective places on the agenda. However, I do wish to add a third item, and that's in regards to section C, S.1255, sorry. S.125 in brackets 5 of the community charter regarding Councillor McMath, and that'll occur immediately following approval of tonight's agenda. So there's three items, the new business and as well as this new item to come under item 3. If I may have a motion, move. Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Beddoes and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Just a bit of housekeeping items. It's really quite warm in council chambers tonight. We do have a sort of portable fan, like air conditioning unit. So for those viewing online, there is a bit of background noise. It's the best we can do under the circumstances. So Councillor, please just monitor your microphones as well so we can try to minimize some of the feedback. And then, of course, just due to this, we may need to take a few more health breaks tonight so that we can get through the business. Excellent. Okay, so that'll bring us to the new business item that I just raised, which is section 1255 of the community charter. And I'd just like to hand this over to our CAO, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor McMath, unfortunately, isn't able to attend tonight, and due to other circumstances, this is her fourth consecutive meeting that she has not, fourth consecutive regular meeting at which she has not been able to attend. This requires that council provide her with leave of council to not be present at this meeting. And we can do that by adopting the resolution that you see on your screens, that council give leave to Councillor McMath to not attend the June 27, 2022 meeting, or regular council meeting pursuant to section 125(7)(b) of the community charter.
Okay, thank you. So that's the recommendation from staff, and that would be the applicable motion. Do we have a mover for the motion? Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. Any comments or questions from members of council? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, it'd be a shame this stage of the game to disqualify her. So I'm all for letting her have a little leeway.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're good to go. So that brings us to item 4, which is the public and statutory hearing for tonight under item 6.1. So I guess on that note, I'm opening the public hearing, or is there any further presentation for, I guess I need to open this and then we get the staff presentation. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay, so this public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the bylaw that are the subject of this hearing. Copies of written submissions received to date are available. It is important that all who speak at this hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. For those of you who wish to speak at the appropriate time, please commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and municipality of residence. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. Submissions must be received before or during the public hearing in order to be considered by council. Members of council may, if they so wish, ask questions of you following your presentation or submission. However, the main function of council members this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems his or her interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making his or her views known. Please note that this hearing forms part of tonight's regular meeting of council and as such is being video recorded. Videos and their contents, including any personal information disclosed during the public hearing, will be posted on the district's website. So on that note, the public hearing for item 6.1, a covenant amendment for 7044 Maple Park Terrace, 2191 Mountain Heights is open, and I will turn this over to staff for their presentation, please.
Thank you. You'll note that tonight's presentation is very similar to the presentation received at the previous meeting, but for the benefit of entering information for the public hearing, I'll just quickly go through the presentation just as a refresher for council.
Excuse me, Mr. Paulo, I'm just wondering, is there any way to turn up the volume a little bit so we can just hear a little better? It may just be me because this is behind me, but same? Okay, yep.
I can project as well.
Thank you, please do.
All right, so a summary of the application. So the amendment currently registered on titles related to parkland dedication, trail linkages, the design and construction overall throughout the parkland area, and the associated amenities. And with the phase 3 completion for the subdivision, it does require a detailed trail plan. And so that is part of what this submission is entailing. So the proposed amendment, which staff is recommending to remove the existing covenant on title and replace, would address a more detailed park and trails plan, add in the environmental reports that were submitted and accepted by the district. That was recognizing existing characteristics of the future parkland area and registering that on title as per the covenant. To relocate the playground amenity from phase 6 to the last phase in phase 7, and also have a larger parking lot and have the cost estimates revised for the covenant. To remove the phase 3 trailhead, also adding in language for the park protection, remediation, and restoration, as noted with the environmental reports. To require a qualified environmental professional to oversee the construction of trails and park remediation, require additional studies prior to the subdivision, and also clarifying stormwater language throughout the covenant. Additional parkland dedication that would come within phase 4. So that's the next phase following this phase 3. And increase the number of lots from 20 to 34 that range from 350 square meters to 500 square meters. Now, the question was asked at the previous meeting about the overall count. So it's not increasing the overall count of total lots within the subdivision. It's just recognizing that under the current registered covenant, there was up to 20 lots that could have that range in size. And so as was provided by the applicant in the last meeting, talking about different design characteristics, it gave that additional flexibility to have 14 more lots within the existing total count to have that range of 350 to 500 square meters in lot size. Otherwise, they would be larger lots throughout the entire subdivision. So it was cited as corner lots and other types of configuration that would benefit from a lesser than 500 square meter size. Then also the limited options for developer to bond for portions of impacted trail based on the phases. So how did we get here? Well, the covenant was originally registered in 2018, which was part of the rezoning application that brought this forward to the R3 zone. The phase 3 detailed trail plan was submitted, and a site visit last year in May noted extensive encroachments and unapproved alterations based from the clearing, blasting, and fill material that was added to these future parkland areas, phases 3, 6, and 7. This triggered additional reports confirming how the parkland reduction could be achieved given disturbance to these natural areas and the requirement to cease further encroachment into those parklands. So starting with phases 3 and 4, which we referred to as the boulder field. So there was discussion with staff and the applicant regarding stormwater utility for this site with sufficient access being provided and not to be contributed to the overall parkland dedication. Also, the relocation of the trailhead amenities to future phase and then adding additional amenities as a result of the removal of this trailhead. Within phase 6, the restoration of the broom bank with the replanting of trees in this area, and then the northerly portion remains leveled with rock and fill. Relocation in phase 6 for the parking lot and the playground would go to phase 7, and phase 7's parkland amenity area would also be enlarged. Parkland remediation would also be in accordance with the environmental reports that were submitted by Swell. Phase 7, the former forested ravine is now filled with blast rock and other debris. The remaining trees are at risk due to the elevation changes and material covering these critical root zones. As I previously mentioned, there was the relocation of the phase 6 amenity into phase 7 for the playground. This also now results in 20 stalls being provided, which is an overall net increase of 7 parking stalls for the playground area, which include accessible parking stalls and lighting throughout. As well, with this area, the environmental reports would also indicate what would be necessary for remediation in these areas. So there was discussions as well about additional compensation. So a part of phase 4 can remain in its natural state and added to our parkland inventory. There's an environmentally significant meadowlands, also a mature tree that exists within this area that staff would like to see protected. As well, through this process, it was believed that these additional compensations could be viewed as fair compensation as those alterations throughout the rest of the site with the alternative solutions for lot designs. The developer is required to vegetate additional parkland if the tree is not able to survive, and we would address that at a future stage as part of that development process. So to recognize what's been completed to date within the covenant requirements, there's the detailed trail plan identifying the location, width, material, and grade of all proposed trails connecting from Furwood Park to Furwood Place, the 5-meter statutory right-of-way along the southerly portion of 7044 Maple Park Terrace for Winfield. The phase 2 parkland dedication, which you can see on the map here, the blue area. And then a low pressure sewer line for each of the lots from 7047 to 7076 of Maple Park Terrace. And then the overall construction of the South Trail from Winfield through the SRW, which is the red highlighted area, to the park, the blue area, and then up to the phase 4 area that I mentioned with the tree, which is the other highlighted red area to the most westerly or left portion of that map with the blue area. So based on this information that was reviewed with the applicant as well, provided to our legal counsel for review and confirmed to be appropriate, staff's recommending that the current covenant be removed and replaced with the covenant that is attached as shown in the public hearing package. With that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paulo. I'll ask councillors, any questions for Mr. Paulo? Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, the staff, I'm still not clear on this 20 to 34. I know you've mentioned it twice, but you're saying that the overall number of lots is not changing. And what is the overall number of lots?
So the overall number of lots are not changing. In the covenant, there is the requirement there is the availability for the developer to have lots less than 500 square meters in size. So the range would be 350 to 500 square meters. And currently it says you could have 20 of those lots. And what we've agreed to is increasing that to be a total of 34 lots that could have that range in size. And then the overall total count of lots throughout the entire Viewpoint Estates subdivision neighborhood would remain the same. I believe it's 99, yes.
Thank you, because I was a little, I was not clear on that. So this just gives them some, a little bit more flexibility on where they put things. That's fine. But the overall 99 is still the same.
Correct, recognizing that the street designs, the parkland dedication boundaries, those ultimately alter the design of each phase and the number of, well, not the number of lots, but the configuration of those lots in that subdivision. So if you have a total area that you can work with for how many lots, if you have to shrink a lot down in size, you can do that based on that additional provision.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a lot clearer. Thank you very much for that.
Other questions? Councillor Bateman?
So looking at some of the concerns raised in our supplemental agenda. So I think we've answered the concerns of Ms. Clark here. Her concern that there will be this huge increase in the number of houses. Can I get clarity there? I think there were 137 total approved lots for Viewpoint Estates. Can we ask questions of the applicant?
Well, we'll direct them to staff first, and then during the public hearing point, we can maybe have the developer up to, or the agent or the representative speak to council.
So this
as
is
well.
existing in future phases.
So the existing in the future phases, the number of lots are not being changed. So as part of the overall rezoning that occurred in 2018, as well as the development permits that are issued for each phase, that addresses the overall subdivision as it's phased out up to phase 7 right now is considered the last phase as it's being proposed. So then the subdivision application would then legally put in place the opportunity for the applicant to sever off those individual lots, register them with land titles, so then each home builder can then build a house there. So the covenant is not looking to alter that. The covenant is looking to maintain the parkland component and just address what was revealed on site as of last year when staff did a site investigation, and then how we are able to remediate those matters so that the subsequent phases can still go through and meet the rest of the intent of the covenant.
So I hear all that, but we're trying to give some solace to Ms. Clark here, who's concerned about, she's stating here almost double the number of houses, and that's the 20 to 34, and that's now being explained to us. And I was just trying to seek that clarity, and perhaps we can ask the applicant that the total number of homes within Viewpoint Estates, you were allowed 137 at that rezoning. And
Just
you're going,
Councillor Bateman, let's just field out any questions to our staff first, and then just to, in the essence of time. Okay, thank you. But I'll expect to hear from the applicant to answer that question.
so I do need to quote Mr. McKenna here, who's concerned about this recently installed trail below Brailsford and above Maple Park Terrace, which he's concerned about, describing it as Soviet-style brutalist architecture of large concrete steps to reach the bends. So I'm curious if that's just phase 1 of a future improvement on that trail, with he's noting that there are a lack of trees along the fence line or greenery of any kind. And finally, we have the letter in the agenda tonight from someone named Emma, who's concerned about the easement from I'm blank here with the name of that street, Furwood, through to the trail system. Could you share that answer with us again for the record?
Yes, I'm not sure if my response was included. So what the concern was of the author of that letter was that in the existing covenant, it shows an easement on one of the maps. Based on that time, the mapping that was used showed the easement that was registered there. And since that time, the easement has been removed. So with the mapping that's included with the new proposed covenant to be registered on title, that easement is not shown. The idea is that the adjacent parkland could fulfill the trail connections going up into the later phases of phase 6 and then connecting into phase 7 parkland. So it was just clarification to the author that it was previous mapping and the existing covenant that's been registered on title in 2018 that they were viewing, and that would no longer be visible if this covenant amendment was approved and registered, and it would be the new correct mapping that does not show that easement.
And finally, I just, when the applicant has an opportunity to speak, my question would be, at Viewpoint Estates, was there ever any consideration given to creating an auto accessible viewpoint? Because here in Souk, we have a distinct lack of such things from the heights. The views up there are unbelievable, of course. And it would be nice for the rest of us to have had an opportunity to park and enjoy the views. Just curious if any consideration was given to that at any point in this process.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Just to the view, like these lands have had numerous changes over the last years. And I do recall that there was to be a viewpoint at the top. So yeah, I would like to just I'd like to know where did it go? And is it still intended there, or is it elsewhere? And where did that shift? And then the other piece was, when this property was rezoned and this covenant was placed on these lands, there was a commitment made that the developer would install the playground equipment, which I see, but also maintain it for 5 years. So where is that captured in this?
So at that time, with the 2018 covenant, that was included as one of the clauses in that covenant, but staff have reviewed that clause and has removed it, so that as part of phase 7, when that playground is installed, once all of that's dedicated over to the district, the parks staff would then maintain it as part of our inventory of parkland assets at that time. So it was preferred that that method be provided for, as opposed to the developer maintaining it. It's then at that point, in certain instances, we'd have to then set up a schedule, confirm all the maintenance. It was viewed to be easier for us to maintain those assets being on public lands.
Yeah, and I appreciate that decision. However, now it's added to our ongoing operations, and it seemed like that was an amenity that was offered, was like this added bonus of time or labor and so forth in doing so. So is there something else the community is receiving instead of that? Because this is now a cost and something our district taxpayers will absorb and do. And I agree with the rationale before as to why that came there, but that was touted as a added bonus as part of the rezoning then. So are we receiving something different instead of?
In instances where certain amenities are provided in earlier phases of a development, there is that benefit because there's a larger risk for those amenities to be potentially damaged through ongoing construction. Given that this is in the last phase of development, that level of risk begins to decrease. So that, again, staff, when viewing that, didn't see that to be a major concern. And then the overall piece of trying to manage and work with the developer to make sure that a maintenance schedule is set up, that it's being reviewed as per necessary standards for maintenance on these types of playground equipment. It was just understood that it would be easier for it to become part of our assets for maintenance.
Okay. They covered in dust and rocks probably otherwise. Just the other question I have too, in regards to the correspondence that was received, and also in regards to the discussion that occurred when the original covenant went on the lands, there was concern then about the slope and accessibility, and it's over a 12% grade. So at that time, there was assurances that accessibility would be considered in the design. So do we have any, is the steps as raised by Councillor Bateman sort of what we're going to see going forward, or is there something that actually addresses that concern actually planned?
There are areas that we looked at about where a switchback trail could be located to address accessibility. Unfortunately, in the location that's cited with the steps that have been put at that location, trying to achieve a more accessible route would be very challenging in that location. So that was one of the design considerations that had to be made, noting that other parkland areas could still be accessible, but this would just be a limitation from Winfield connecting up into the future phase 4 location. But the ability to get to that overall trailhead could still be achieved by using the street as a location point for access. The trail unfortunately presented greater challenges that couldn't be overcome.
Okay, and then lastly, there was also then discussions of wastewater, the sewer connections to be put in with cost sharing to residents on Maple Park Terrace. So have some of that been addressed?
Yes, I believe there has been those connections going through in that extension, given that this development provided the opportunity for those extensions to be brought further north with the creation of the Viewpoint Estate subdivision.
Okay. That's all for now. Other questions from members of council? Councillor Logans?
Thank you. Yes, I might be totally out of it, but I could have sworn that ages ago there was a park dedication at the bottom of Winfield at Rudd Road, and that it was meant to be a dog park at one point. I don't know when that changed, but I'm just wondering what that chunk of land is going to look like.
That I'm not certain that those lands are contained outside of the covenant area for this development.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure it was part of it at one point. I don't know where that went, but we should probably look into that too.
Other questions? Councillor Beddoes, yeah?
Yeah, I'm still having a lot of problems with this whole thing. I really resent getting added information at 3:30 in the afternoon for a 7 o'clock meeting, because the information that I receive in these letters I would go up and look at them myself, and I haven't had that opportunity. Is it possible, if this is held off for another meeting, that I'd have a staff person go up with me, and I want to see what was sort of damaged before that they can't use this dedicated parkland, and look at these stairs, look at these things. Is that possible?
The information that we had available in the presentation, as well as the public hearing package with the mapping, showed those areas that had been damaged. So it showed the hatched area that was parkland, and then the areas
I
contained.
kind of like to see it myself. So is that possible? I don't know who can answer that instead.
Councillor Beddoes, it would depend on the will of council,
Okay.
because we've opened the public hearing, and so.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up. I'll bring it up later when we vote.
Thank you. Other questions at this time? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah. So through you to Mr. Pallo, district staff from the Parks Department did work extensively with the applicant to develop this new covenant. Is that correct?
This was an extensive process with multiple departments. So planning, engineering, parks, very, very extensive going through this process, just knowing there's multiple land use applications involved, development permits, subdivision, and so forth. So yes, as well as our legal counsel as well, advising on the contents of the covenant, and then having that shared with the applicant so that we could come to a joint agreement on the contents of that covenant, and then going through the legislative process that brings us here tonight for a public hearing.
Any other questions? Okay. I just have a final one in regards to the playground itself. Just the last while, I've been spending a lot of time with school-aged children, and I can't tell, as not a regular user of this personally, does this equipment include monkey bars in the design? Because that's like the #1 choice from at least 70 children so far. So I just wanted to express that.
I am trying to get the page loaded that shows that, that image in the covenant, just to confirm that. It's loading on my page, sorry. It has a, the example that was provided has climbing features. It almost looks like a rope type jungle gym feature, but yes, there's areas where children can hang from and climb, slide, balancing areas. It's on page, I believe, 25 and 26.
Yeah, I see that. I just wanted, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. This looks like it to me, but just your technical expertise on the matter would be beneficial.
Yes, it's very common to what's being installed in these playground areas. And then of course, the availability of the product. So this is an example of something that would most similar go into that playground area.
Just something to note for future. Yeah, okay. Okay, seeing that there's no other questions from members of council, I'd like to now go to the public input session. I would like to invite the applicant or the developer forward first, just to present. There has been some questions expressed from members of council. If you could please address those, and yeah, please come to the microphone and introduce yourself, and just any other queries or any other items that would just what's in the package would be great.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me okay over the fan? Okay, good. My name is Mike Wignall. I'm with Westbrook Consulting, Suite 115866 Goldstream Avenue in Langford. My company has been involved in this project since 2008, I'm guessing, when it first came across our doorstep. There's been a number of owners involved. I was the main project manager in the project to start with, and then as time went on and my junior staff became intermediate and more senior staff, they took over. That particular staff member left Westbrook Consulting about a year ago, so I'm back in the saddle again. So I know much of what happened in the beginning. I can't speak too clearly for what happened from 5 years ago to about a year ago, but I can speak quite clearly on what's happened in the last year. To answer the questions, I guess actually, first of all, the dog park question, that was ownership group number 2. And I know there was discussions about putting a dog park down in the bottom around phase 2 of this project. But of course, I don't know what happened to that because I wasn't involved in the project manager role. But I will say that phase 2 has been long ago registered and there was park dedication associated with it, although I don't believe it became a dog park. You'd have to go back in the history books to figure out what became of it. As far as the number of lots go, to emphasize, yes, the lot numbers are not changing going forward. It's 99 lots, and the only change is just the areas of the lots permitted so that our clients don't lose lot yield as a result of some of these changing configurations. The damaged parkland. There was a ravine went right through the property, sort of diagonally through it. As the lot layout was developed by others previously employed by me, there is a need to bring a water line across the ravine to service lands beyond for future infrastructure. When I was involved with the project, the thinking was this was going to be a pipe bridge or some method, but as the previous group, intermediate group, got involved, they realized they could build a road across there, across the ravine, and the water main would go across there, and so be it. And I think his understanding and my understanding from a distance was that the district staff of the day knew about this and this was being constructed. Now, what happened, of course, is there was no detailed designs for phase 7 as it turned out this time, but as work was progressing on phase 2 and 3, they're using this area as a fill area because it was in support of the eventual road design and lots on either side of it. So the problem is that when you fill a ravine up 30 meters or more, you have a transition. And so the scar in the landscape you see is this fill, which if you look at the map, a lot of the fill and damaged areas actually within what would be future lots. There are some areas of what would be park dedication that were also damaged, but we have spent the last year extensively dealing with the Parks Department and doing a environmental remediation plan, as well as a detailed landscape plan for that future park in this area. So it's not pretty today, but it will be made good on. I don't know how we got to the point where we got so far with it without district staff of the present day knowing, but here's where we are, and we spent a lot of time and effort to get back on track. The trail issues, at one time we were told it was 12% grade, it has to be accessible, but the reality is to get through that site, there is lots of areas where you simply cannot do a 12% grade. You're looking at stairs or steeper grades. And so we have a combination. We've got one area where we've got concrete steps. We've got another area where it's an old logging skidder road that we found that we're running a trail along in the future phases. And it'll be 25 to 30%, but it's actually quite walkable. And usually we get lost in the numbers sometimes. And you look at, like when you're out for a walk in the forest, you would be surprised. And I can say that when I took the staff down this potential trail route the first time, they were all quite amazed. Well, this is 30% because it doesn't feel bad at all. So we have tremendous input from Jessica and Laura from the Parks Department on these trails. There will be an area of accessibility off the cul-de-sac in what will be phase 4. And there will be parking in the cul-de-sac parking lot there, and there will be a concrete pathway to a bench. So there will be an opportunity for less mobile people to get and sit on the bluff and look out over towards the Olympic Mountains and things like that. Not all areas of the parkland, though, will be accessible to a wheelchair. It's just the lay of the land. The question about the easement on the other property, yeah, I haven't checked to see if it's registered or not, but regardless, that route is being discontinued. And when the phase of that trail gets built, where the neighbors or the local residents walk through there, that will be fenced off with snake fencing, and we'll put another alternate route across the creek through a bridge structure and around to come into the end of Firwood on park property, not on private property. So that issue will be resolved in due course with the phasing of the project. Let's see what else we got. The sewer in Maple Park Terrace was installed as required. It's all done. It was done probably about 6 months to 9 months ago, all complete. What was the other issue? The playground, you mentioned the playground maintenance issue. I appreciate what Matthew has said about the burden of maintenance on it, and that, yeah, when you're at the end of a development, it is a little odd to have a private sector entity come in to maintain it when the district is already set to look after it. But the other point I want to make is that this covenant holds the applicant down to a very specific playground structure, manufacturer ideally, or very equivalent to it. And he's got no guarantee on the future cost of that. So he's locked in today, and it won't be until phase 7 is built that this thing will be purchased. And so there is an item of risk for him there when you look at what construction costs, lumber costs, playground costs have gone up. So you may say, and I appreciate your point, that there's a burden of maintenance on the district, and I will counter and say there's also a risk on the part of the applicant for these unknown costs that he's locked into on this specific equipment, which is detailed in the covenant. I think that's all I've got from my quick notes that I made. If there's any other questions, please ask them. And if I can't answer them, I've got Eva Kvarchich from my company, as well as Ian Lang, the applicant. I'm sure between the three of us, we can address your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wignall. Other questions from members of council? Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, just one quick question. Any idea on timelines for when this will be connected to Mountain Heights and it'll be passable for the public and vehicles?
All members of council, you'll need to speak up more. If you can even move your microphone closer, it is hard to hear.
I can't, I'll cut everybody's microphone off if I move this one.
I can repeat the question. Okay, the question was, can you give us an estimate on timeline for the ultimate connection of Brailsford to Mountain Heights? And that in our project is phase 4, which will be the next phase, immediately north of Brailsford, and phase 5, which will complete the connection to Mountain Heights. We have the applications for subdivision and development permit for those phases of the project ready to roll. We've not submitted them to the district yet because I don't think the district is ready to receive them. But as soon as we know that this covenant is in place and we can roll with the final registration of phase 3, we're in a position to get those other documents rolling. We've got the detailed civil engineering designs for phase 4 and phase 5 are probably about 90-95% complete. I've reviewed them. They're, from my view, they're complete. They just need to go through the review and approval process with Souk staff. So there is some timing there. There's probably, you know, if we're doing well, it's maybe, I guess we have with the application to subdivision, that's the first thing. And so we apply and then we wait for Souk departments to review it, circulate, et cetera. That can be a extended process. So that's probably one I don't have any control over. Following that detailed design, and as I say, we've got the detailed design basically done. So then we're into the review process with Souk staff. And I would hope that, you know, back and forth 2, maybe 3 months, we're so far along with it. And then construction, yeah, I'm just, you know, sort of spitballing here, but I would guess you're probably looking at a year. There's a lot of desire to get those lots online ASAP. So it's through no appetite for delay on the part of the developer, but they want to move on it. But that's probably the best estimate I can give you, but those are the next 2 phases to happen.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Any other questions from members of council? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Wignall?
No, I think that covers it from what I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll now invite, as we are in, the public hearing is open and council has exhausted their questions for now. So I'd like to invite any other members of the public forward. And just need your name and the municipality that you live in.
Hi there, my name is Ian Lang. I'm the developer from Saanich, is where I live. And so I just had a few quick points to expand on Mike's points. And one is going back to the, when we started on this subdivision, it was purchased out of a foreclosure. And so I know the other applicant had gone quite a ways, but there was a complete sever. I don't even know who he was or anything that happened there. So it initially was over 400 single family. I don't know if it's single family or townhomes or what it was, but it was really working against the land. You'd have to moonscape the whole place to really fit that in. And we recognized that pretty early off in the reviewing the property and decided let's try to work with land as much as we can. At phase 2 or phase 3, we had kind of a big mountain to get over, which was tough to access the back lands. And the idea, which was important in our initial meetings with the staff at the beginning of the subdivision, fire wanted access to the upper roads and connectivity, and to get that water line up to future, because there's certain water pressures that come from higher up and they can't really come up without building a massive pump station. So pushing the water up through the upper road, Maple Park Terrace through that way from a different lift station adds water pressure to the upper lots. And that's why we chose to fill that ravine to get that road and water across. So as Mike says, if you take a ravine and you start to fill it, it unfortunately creates a big triangle of new land that, yes, it doesn't look great now, but with working with Swell Environmental, and I don't know how many hours we've spent on the site with your park staff, reviewing the property, creating all these trails, etc. It was countless meetings, many hours, many back and forth, lots of reports. And so we've extensively spent the last year nailing this down. The main reason we're truly here tonight to speak to this covenant is the original covenant that we did on the down zone of the property. It was quite vague, and it said in it somewhere, at the completion of phase 2, phase 3, you have to work with staff in order to basically iron out the trails and really solidify them. And in the back and forth of attempting to do that, staff found holes in it, we found holes in it, and it just wasn't a tight enough document really to protect things like the environment, say how the trail would be built, what sort of land dedication. Each phase does have quite an extensive park dedication. I think 37% of the site approximately is park dedication from the initial start. Each phase has its proportionate share, plus or minus of that. And so that's kind of where we are with park dedication. And speaking to the accessibility of that upper viewpoint is, it's tough as you come through because there's this huge rock that you have to get up. And so part of that is the cul-de-sac that comes up above it has parking, and we cut out a lot, and there's a concrete trail that goes right down to the bench that is at the top of the staircase. So instead of building something from below, which was extremely challenging, like even building that stairs, it was really expensive and really like getting concrete in there. We had to do almost all of it by hand. It was incredibly expensive building that trail. And so to access it from above was the ultimate result that Parks requested. We agreed to. Swell Environmental was with us every step of the way, watching us build the trail, monitoring that no trees were damaged, etc. We cut back a monstrous amount of broom, things like that. What else? The small lot thing, I know it is super confusing. Our initial unit count was approximately 175 lots. What we didn't really notice in the covenant was that minimum 20 lots. And so in the first few phases, we've already used those 20 lots. So the 99 remainder lots, I think 5 to 7 of them are already small lots. So if we didn't get this approved tonight, we actually would have less lots than 99. So it's not like we have 14 or 15 extra lots, so I forget what the number is. We've already in the 99 counted 5. So that really only leaves 7 to play with. And when you get into finishing phases and doing actually working drawings and things are tightened up and a little bit of push and pull, sometimes, a trail needs to move here or a pipe needs to move here, and you get into a corner of a lot and you can't make it work without making it 2 small lots. And so it gives the engineers flexibility. And at the time, bigger lots were a thing, but I think it's a positive thing to have more smaller lots that are more affordable instead of having all these big luxurious lots that, a few years ago, the housing and the lots were a lot cheaper. I don't want to say by any means this is a very small lot. It's a natural, nice lot, but housing has gotten so much more expensive. It makes these lots more affordable. So a push and pull for the engineers is 7 additional lots. It's not like we're adding all these lots. It's just not the case. So that's on the small lots. The kids play park is, I don't know if you found that picture yet, but it's a very big, it's like $100,000 piece of equipment. It's a tremendous, I have 3 kids and they'd love it. It's quite a big thing. We did do the Maple Park sewer right to the lot line so they can connect if they want. It's already in the ground done. So we did that as part of the last phase registration. And anything else? Yeah, just to say that pushing the timeline would create great hardship to myself, because we finished the road months ago and we're just sitting holding it. And so it's an expensive thing to hold. Plus we have 24 builders I pre-sold them to. They're all anxious to get started. It's a lot of housing that's desperately needed. So pushing that would be a big challenge. And like we said, we've worked extensively with staff for over a year, done all the trails to working drawings, like really put the time and effort, lots of consulting, and really listen to staff every step of the way. So we feel this covenant amendment really tightens up the covenant that is existing now and takes out all the loose ends or holes or vagueness of the document and leaves us or any future developer just to finish it as per agreed with suit with no more vagueness in the language. And so, yeah, I hope that answers some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Are there other speakers tonight? This is the only opportunity for this covenant amendment is within this public hearing. There will not be another time to speak on this matter when the public hearing closes.
If nobody else has anything to say, I would like just to wrap up to illustrate, the first site meeting we had was, I took the project over a year and a bit ago. with park staff, and we walked onto the phase 7 site and they were aghast, right? And it was not it wasn't a very friendly meeting. And I'm kind of, I'm new back on the project, and we're trying to work our way through it. As Ian has said, we have had countless meetings with park staff, engineering staff, planning staff, and approval staff. I would say, and this is my opinion, but the atmosphere, the mood of our meetings with staff have changed so much in this last year that instead of them being upset with what they see and us saying, but we promise we're going to fix it, we now feel like we have some legitimacy with them, and we have to prove that further from what we're, proof is in the pudding in the future. But I think it's a much more consultative, cooperative relationship that we've developed over the last year with staff. And a final example of that, Ian has made reference to the staircase. With the old trail, we had this trail winding around and through the bush, and we're going to blast the snot out of some rock to make the grades work, because we're limited to the 12% grades. And then through meeting with staff, they said, well, let's put some stairs in. And we don't think you want stairs because that affects the accessibility. But we discussed the pros and cons, and I think we all agreed that stairs made a lot more sense than blowing up the landscape. Then the problem with the stairs was, well, we want to build timber stairs because we're out in the bush. And of course, Sue doesn't want timber stairs because then it's a maintenance issue and they're going to rot and there's a slip hazard, etc. So then staff came back with, well, we want steel stairs. And we can't get steel stairs in there efficiently unless we're going to helicopter them in. So we end up with concrete stairs. We're using a concrete pumper truck overland, and I think that's a really good example of how, the whole process has worked. We've gone from having an initial problem where we're sort of on two sides, you come in together and this option or that option. And finally, we come together and we find the option that works for everybody. And I think that's an example of how it's gone. And I want to continue with that. And I think staff would probably, I hope they would agree with my assessment that we're working much more cooperatively than things were with the past regime. My regime, not yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, excuse me, you said a year ago that staff was up there and they were aghast. Why weren't you? Why wasn't your staff? I mean, you had the original plans and you weren't living up to them. Then all of a sudden staff comes up and says, this is a pile of whatever. And I sort of get from your own demeanor that it was a real screw up. How did you get there?
How do we get there? Well, again, as I said earlier, when I spoke previously, I was taking the project over. And as I explained, and Ian explained, when you're building a roadway and some lots across a V-notch ravine, there's going to be disturbance. So the disturbance that took place wasn't anything to not be expected, but the problem was the communication from my team previously to staff, obviously, to say, we're doing this now and here's what it's going to look like. That was where that's where the shock came from, because they, where'd all the trees go? Well, it was never going to work the way it was before. We always had, if we were going to fill the ravine, this was what was going to happen. But there was a communication breakdown with the previous team. Okay,
so you didn't live up to the agreement because it wasn't livable up to, I guess you could say. And then, but I just a little bothered about, here we have a little bit of trust about it in the future. And I've seen some screw ups in the past, and I know people change, so I'm just a little leery about this. Not all of it, but just for staff to go up there a year and then saying, "Wow, this is terrible."
Yeah.
And if there wasn't anybody to say in the past from your people, I mean, you guys know what you're doing up there. I think you do. I just find it hard to deal with. But
so
thanks for your input.
So,
I appreciate it.
If I may. It wasn't that the design or the intent wasn't followed, as the understanding of the intent wasn't communicated or wasn't understood by both parties. I did not know that staff was not going up there. I assumed, as I took the project over, I assumed everybody knew what was going on because I trusted my previous project manager to be looking after that. And I don't think the communication was what it should have been. And I have nothing to give to you as anything other than I've been in this gig for 35 years and I'm not going anywhere, God forbid. And for me, reputation and your word is priceless. And that was some of the reason I was aghast, because I don't like it when staff walks on site and feels disappointed or feels that we haven't lived up to it. I think the problem was the communication or visioning of what was going on. But all I can tell you is my undertaking to carry it forward, and I've got good people with me now, and we're going to make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Wignall, the current team, you and Mr. Lang, and I think you have a couple of other partners. Are you committed to be here through the full phase 7? Is that the plan at this point?
We are. Westbrook is. I can't speak for the ownership group, and assuming Westbrook continues to be employed, which I see no reason why we wouldn't be. Eva Kvartich is I own the company, so my job is the day-to-day running of the company. So, and that's why I have project managers to look after the details. And when my guy left, I ended up getting inserted right into this again, and I dragged Eva in with me. And Eva and I worked quite closely together. And she was at the last meeting because I was out of town, and we have a really good, close working relationship. And we've got my best AutoCAD technician, Civil 3D technician is on this. And I want to keep it that way because this has been one of the more challenging jobs that we've had in the last 15 years. And so, yeah, reputation is priceless, and I cannot let that slide. And we've had some bumps, and I want to make up for it.
Okay, thank you. It's
Thank you.
reassuring to know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wignall.
Thank you.
Other speakers this evening?
Hello, I'm Susan Belford. I live in Souk. My first comment on this matter is that I'm very pleased that staff has produced a very prescriptive plan for the proponent to follow in the required restoration and remediation of the damaged lands. I hope also that the district will learn from this experience that it isn't always a good idea to trust that people will do the right thing. The history of this development seems to be one in which plans and players have been made and configured and changed, and that important Souk policies protecting ecosystem health, habitat, and drainage have been floated with kind of little accountability, I think. Perhaps the idea that we're giving all this parkland was somehow enough to make people feel it was okay to ride roughshod over it. I don't know. But it seems to me that land ownership confers rights, absolutely, but also responsibility. And these folks haven't lived up to their responsibilities. At the very least, I hope that from this point on, all such developments will be subject to rigorous oversight, and that all required environmental protections are planned and implemented as a condition of building permit approvals, not development permit approvals, but building permit approvals. As regards this specific development, I'd like to echo some of the others that have written in. And I'd like to see that I'm quoting one person, that all the rest of the requirements regarding restoration of future parkland, trail, and amenities be completed and approved before a single shovel is dropped towards building a house. I think that kind of captures a certain amount of anger that is in the community right now about this. Finally, I don't really think that there should be a reward for careless actions in the form of allowing more small lots. I understand that the overall number of lots is not going to change, and so the density isn't going to change. But it seems to me that my experience over several years listening to developers is that quite often in many jurisdictions, they make a mess and then they cry poor. And I would hate to see Souk allow that to continue. Finally, the ravine. Are you seriously saying that ravines handle the movement of water and the filling up of our water table and all kinds of important environmental things? Are you seriously telling me that the ravine was filled in order to increase water pressure for some houses. That's ridiculous. Anyway, clearly I'm upset.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Can I just check, are there any first-time speakers in the room? Is anyone, okay. Mr. Langal, I see you there. So if there's just another first-time speaker, Ms. Russell, are you addressing council? Okay.
Hi, Anna Russell, Otter Point. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Beddoes for his excellent questions. Thank you. Everybody except for Susan Belford has been very calm, and I have to admit that I'm also not feeling calm about this. I'm a bit stuck on a couple of things about this proposal because it seems to me that what we had was a legal agreement that was part of the rezoning approval that was granted by council, and it was registered on title, which is fairly serious legal consequences. But instead of respecting the terms of that covenant, the developer literally bulldozed and blasted the land in question. So our response to that supposedly enforceable covenant has been to renegotiate the agreement. And part of that involves postponing other public amenities that were supposed to have been delivered by now and changing the parkland to be created to something that's more amenable. Now, I understand that staff have tried to make the best of a very difficult situation, but I would echo the words of others that I'm not sure why we would trust the developer to live up to the terms of this covenant when they haven't respected the previous one. I understand that they've said that the language of the previous covenant was not strong enough to protect the environment. So my question for staff and for council is, how strong does it need to be to protect the environment? And what kind of consequences do we need in this kind of covenant if the developers fail again? So it's not up to staff to babysit the implementation of the covenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. We may appear calm because we are trained to be poker face, but it doesn't mean we're not feeling emotion on this as well.
Hi, Ian Lang, Saanich. I just want to respond to that a little bit. I want to highlight the covenant was not followed. There was nothing, we didn't breach the covenant. The covenant amendment initially was brought up because we changed the lot layouts and not where the houses went. Because of COVID, we had larger phases and we shrunk the phase. And in order to do that and get approval, we had to amend the covenant. While we were doing that, it opened up a lot of conversations on future. So I really want to highlight and emphasize the point that the whole intent of the covenant amendment is to make these changes and allow stronger, more clear language between us and the municipality. So during this exercise of changing the lots, if I can really reassure you, there is absolutely no reward of me agreeing to add like swell engineering, environmental consultants to sit and watch us do our work. I'm paying someone to stand there. That was never a part of the original covenants. We've added many, many layers. And again, to kind of expand on what Mike said, from the very initial approval, we were approved to build that road across the ravine. There was nothing unclear about it at all. I think for some, like, it's a very large product and there is a massive amount of blasting that was front loaded on the property. So if you take a ton of rock and you put it into the area to build this road and you go back there, it's like, wow, that's a lot of rock you moved. And as it builds up, you have to replant that land because prior to the rock being there, that land was, you're 5 meters in the air above where the land used to be. So there was no way to do it. Like as you're placing rock and building up, it becomes what it becomes. And then when you get to the completion, you build a house and you come in, you landscape when you're done, it's usually the last thing. And so this covenant is by no means a reward to the developer at all. It cost us an absolute fortune. We've got a lot more language into the document to protect things, and that was at staff's request. We went along with every step of the way. We've worked very hard for the last year and a half to get to where we are, where the staff is happy and supports the document and covenant amendment, as do we as the developers. And so I don't think we have to worry about the word of an engineering firm or anything. The document itself speaks to the clarity of the future of the project. each step of the way when you're submitting development permits and moving into construction. Orange fencing will wrap the perimeter. That was added to the covenant amendment. An environmental professional would be there to write a report on how to do replanting in areas that either the ground was raised, so it creates land you need to revegetate. So the document clarifies a lot of things that were unclear for us. It solidifies the trail, which was all part of the first covenant, suggesting at this time in the project, we had to work with staff to clarify the next several phases of the trails, where they are, what they look like, et cetera. Because initially it's just, here's a map and there's some trails here. And when we submit to that phase, we'll deal with it then. And that's what the document was, and that's what we've done. So the covenant is a positive to Souk and a positive to the neighborhood. And we didn't violate the covenant, not one word. And so I just really want to be clear on that. And the amendment to the covenant is a benefit to the neighborhood, to the subdivision, to everything. So I really think it's important to move this forward, amend the covenant, and it clarifies a lot of open-ended questions. And so, yeah, I just really wanted to emphasize that we didn't violate the covenant, not at all. Thank you.
Okay, question from Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah,
Is it
just,
to the applicant?
yeah,
Just
to the
wait a moment,
applicant.
please.
I'm getting more confused as we go along. You say you did not violate the covenant, and yet our staff go up there and they're aghast that things weren't done to the original proposals. So those two don't correlate.
Sure. I requested a change to the covenant. When COVID hit, this phase wasn't supposed to be 24 lots. It was 35 or something like that. And because of the unknown environment, it was literally the first few weeks of COVID. I asked, can I reduce the subdivision? Because I didn't know this phase, what it would be like. So that's what started the amendment to the covenant, is my request to amend it to shrink that lot size. And so why staff, it's hard, honestly, it's hard for me to say why staff was surprised at the change to land. And I didn't know they had never been back there. So we're doing precisely what we had agreed to in the initial plan, that we were going to fill this area. Like as we blast the rock of the mountain up front, it's cut and fill. You cut it and you put it in the back, and we're filling this valley where the road was to go, because it had mapped out all the future roads. So I think the intent of seeing it once it's done to the staff was a bit like, oh my gosh. And there was a little bit of parkland where, yes, it went over. And at the time I wasn't engaged in the property. I'd hired another firm to do it. And so someone made a mistake in area and did go over a little bit. And it's cost me an absolute mountain of money. So it was an error made a long time ago. And it's really unfortunate because I've paid for it immensely. This covenant amendment and time delay has cost me close to $1 million. And so this project, I mean, you've been able to drive up for months. It's completely done, sitting there. And I have to finish this covenant amendment to move it forward to register it, because we chose to make that change to the covenant amendment. So while we went through that amendment, other things came up, such as the park. Where should we put the parking lot? Where should we put the thing? And hey, it was with staff decided the best place to put it is here. And we did a lot of renditions, putting it in phase 6, putting it here, or moving it around. Initially, the initial covenant had 10 parking spots in one area and 3 or 4 in another. We now have 20. We now have a parking lot that's lit, where before there was no requirement for that. The trailhead system throughout the entire subdivision is almost
I'm just going to stop you there for a minute, because you're
Sure.
giving me way more than I ever
sorry.
asked for. But it goes back to, you felt that you lived up even to the old covenant that you've asked to change now to accommodate you.
correct.
So there's obviously a reason if we said no to this new covenant.
No one said no. I requested to change it because I can't register the phase 3 that I'm in the middle of waiting to register, because I chose to change it from 34 lots, or sorry, 34 lots down to 24. It forced a covenant amendment, which I had no choice So I'm sitting at the beginning of COVID going, oh my gosh, so is the whole world going to go under? I have no idea. And my bankers and everyone's saying, don't build 34 lots, make it smaller. So I come to Suk and I say, hey, can I make this phase, which in the document, in the covenant gives me the right to do it. But in order to do that, you have to amend the covenant, which we have to go through this process is what we're doing. Also during phase 2, 3, we're doing that trail that we just finished. Part of that is working with staff to define future phases, and that's in the existing covenant now. So all of that came together into this covenant amendment. Does that answer? If you want more clarification, I can.
Well, no, you've said more than enough. I still have a hard time just hearing. different
Councillor
things.
Beddoes, I hear you. Well, yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lang. Okay, I'll invite others. Can I have the first time speaker first, please? Thank you.
Okay. Susan Clark in Suk. And I guess I've looked through some of the material. I can't say I'm perfectly well versed in it at all. I've heard a lot of the discussion that's been going on here and elsewhere. And I also live in the neighborhood where a lot of this is going on. I'm on Melrick Place. And I hear that the project has been very, very challenging for the developer, and that it's been also very difficult for the district, and there have been a lot of mistakes. And it appears to me as a citizen who sees things from a different lens, I don't have all the ins and outs and everything, but it seems to me that this project from the beginning had too many unknowns. It seems to me that from the beginning it was too fluid. It seems to me that it was a design as you go project. And I don't think anybody really knew what it was going to end up being. I think perhaps it was the wrong project. It's too challenging, and it's hard to say, you know, what it's going to, how it's going to benefit the community, really. It seems like the district and the developers are just caught in a death dance trying to make a win-win situation out of something. And I do appreciate the effort on all parts to try to make this very, very difficult project work so that, you know, so that everybody survives somewhat. But I guess I just feel that there's some things we can learn, and that perhaps our new OCP might possibly address the fact that council maybe should hold back maybe on things that are too unknown and too challenging, and you don't know where they're going, and you need to really do your homework. And this is not to cast blame anywhere. You know, it sounds to me like it's a situation that, you know, just kind of had its momentum from the beginning. But I think we are at a crossroads now where we could be having perhaps a little more oversight, possibly even citizen oversight, just to make sure that as we go forward, we're not caught in this situation. Because I can tell you, as a neighbor who's been putting up with everything that's been going on for what's going on a year and a half now, and even before that, other stages and developments in that particular area, it is wearing people down. And I think your community is not thriving from it. And the wildlife is not thriving. The environment is not thriving. To me, it is a problem. And good luck with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Other speakers?
I'm sorry to belabor.
You'll need to reintroduce yourself.
Okay, Mike Wignall, Westbrook Consulting. We're located at Suite 115-866 Goldstream Avenue in Langford. I don't want to belabor this too much, but I just want to be very clear of the original covenant, and Matthew could clarify as required. But you know, you've got a multi-phase project, and there was going to be park dedications in various phases, and there was going to be amenities provided as the development progressed. And that was captured in the original covenant that said, you know, like after phase 2, we have to do this, and after phase 3, we have to do that. And it was all laid out. We thought clearly. There was a plan done of where the trails were supposed to go, and that was part of the covenant. You'll see it in the original covenant documents. But what happened, as I mentioned before, was when the what's now phase 4 cul-de-sac, but was the other part of phase 3, when that got pulled out of the project, the covenant said that the trail had to be constructed through from the lower end up into that cul-de-sac. And that cul-de-sac wasn't going to be built yet. And so we went to Jeff Mitten, who was the acting approving officer of the day, and we said, you know, we want a bond for this section of trail because it's not practical to blast this corridor through the rock for the sake of fulfilling what the covenant says, when in effect we'll be building a trail to nowhere. And worse, we'd be encouraging people using that trail to walk into what will eventually become an active construction zone. It didn't make any sense to us. And I think Mr. Mitten saw our reasoning, and we figured we'd be bonding. Well, then as it turned out, he got the opinion, or the opinion was given to him, that that wasn't a bondable thing because it was in the covenant, and the covenant had to be fulfilled. And that also opened up the covenant. And from my perspective of the project, that's when things got rolling. Well, we want to amend the covenant so we don't have to build this however many meters of park trail it was going to be, that wouldn't be useful to anybody and would be dangerous to the general public. In the process of that, that's how we had the meetings of staff on site, et cetera, and all this discussion about the park and the restoration, that all came out of it. But that wasn't set up in the, you know, the covenant talked about which park was to be dedicated where, but I don't believe that was in the original covenant, that, you know, exactly, you know, how it was to be. I don't want to say how it was to be done, but I think you get my gist. It was this park will be dedicated in phase 6, this will be dedicated in phase 7. As part of our walkabouts with park staff, as an example, over this, where we're going to blast for the walkway that we didn't want to blast right now, that's how we came up with this other alignment. And Laura and Jessica saw this tree that was going to be in a lot, and we want that tree. And we went around and around over that tree, and there was, figuratively speaking, you know, and there was a rock outcrop, meadow, etc. That became part of the negotiation. Well, if, you know, if we give you, okay, we don't like what you've done with the park, but we want this extra land, and it all sort of became part of the negotiation. But as I say, the original idea was that we don't want to build this section of trail where we don't think it's right to build it yet. And we were sort of hamstrung by the covenant. And once we opened that up, then it opened a bunch of other things up to be added into it. So I agree with Ian that we didn't actually violate the first covenant. We wanted to amend it to make it fit better. And along with that, you got much more precise documents. If you look in the package, you see how many drawings we have in the trails, plans, profiles. We would never do that at other times at this stage of the game. That would be with the detailed designs as we came out. But we end up doing detailed trail design right at the beginning as we go. So I think what you've got is a much stronger document. It's much more bulletproof. It wasn't any intent to avoid doing anything. It came about because we felt it was a practical solution to pull out that section of walkway, and here we are a year later.
Thank you, Mr. Wignall. Councillor Logans has a question.
I do. I don't know exactly who might be able to respond, but hopefully Mr. Wignall will be able to.
Direct it to me then.
So through you, I'm trying to avoid any further disappointments to this disaster of a project, but the tree that we're all hoping to save, what is actually the likelihood of us saving that tree? I would rather know now that it can't be saved than have to deal with the public outrage later.
Do staff know the health of the tree?
When conducting the site visits, and it was determined that we wanted to save the tree and include it in part of the parkland, we felt that the health quality was sufficient. The caveat to that is we need to understand as the future phases are developed, so phase 4 in this instance, if surrounding lot development will have impacts to the root zone, what will that ultimately result in? So in working with the applicants, we understand that there can be protection measures put in place that we can preserve that tree while still achieving the lot design, but it's my understanding that we just won't know until we get to that stage where that development proceeds. And at that time, we'll have to discuss if the tree isn't able to survive, what remediation is going to be provided in lieu of that tree not being standing in that location anymore. But we're told it can survive, but in the event that it doesn't, we'll be seeking compensation for that.
Thank you. I understand that. I guess I want more clarity on what exactly the protective measures are, since we don't have a tree protection bylaw. It's great that we're using a critical root zone calculation, but is there fencing going up around that zone, or are they just eyeballing it? And what is the likelihood, given the new lots, that will actually happen?
Yes, those protection measures would be put in place regarding the perimeter of that root zone and protecting it with markings, but perhaps the developer could explain their process in proceeding with development of those lots so that council understands that process.
Thank you. Blasting is by nature a little bit imprecise, but there's a lot of variability. There's a lot of things that can be done along the way. First of all, yes, absolutely. That area will be snow fenced off. Work will not be allowed to proceed in that area. It is to be park. It will be fenced off. As far as the blasting goes, you can do small charges. You can do, several holes with small charges as opposed to fewer, bigger holes with bigger charges. The intent is not to fracture the rock around the root zone of the tree. If we do this carefully enough and we don't have a known rock fault line, it'll work out just fine and the tree will be fine. One of my concerns in reviewing the revised covenant from the other point of view is that it in effect sort of sets the developer up to a future, if anything were to happen to that tree, it sets up him to a future liability that's undefined. And so you're looking at it in terms of, well, does suit get left holding the bag? Too bad. I look at it from my client's perspective and say, what are they going to throw at us if that tree doesn't be saved? We want to save that tree, because the inference is that there'd be more land given elsewhere towards park to make up for it. And we don't, we want to fix the park where the park is.
Yes, and believe it or not, my concern is also what the developer will have to deal with if that tree does get damaged. And that's part of why I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
I would rather have these things known in advance than just,
Sure.
to me, that's still a gray area for me.
Yeah, it is a gray area. It was suggested earlier on by park staff that, well, we should get more park dedication in lieu of the park that was damaged. And our response is we've got the remediation plan to fix it, as it was always going to be fixed. So yeah, I think the inference, what I would expect is they'd be looking for more park dedication, and that's something that we don't want to be faced with, because it means coming back here for an amended covenant again.
So if I can, through you to staff, what is the requirement going to be if the tree is damaged? Is that just something we're going to come up with if this happens in the future, or do we have sort of an idea of what the developer can expect?
I'll have to take a look specifically into that section of the bylaw. I don't have that information readily available right now, but I can begin looking through the covenant to see where that section mentions the lone tree and its protection. As I could recall from the past, it just mentioned that there would need to be compensation provided. So I'm not recalling a specific detail, but I'll confirm that now.
Right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Other speakers this evening? The public hearing is still open. Okay, first time speaker, come on up.
Is the mic on? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't going to speak this evening, but issue about a tree.
Can you introduce yourself, Mr. Broman?
John Broman, 7105 Furwood. And the stuff about the covenants and that's what I was curious about, to see how everything goes. The issue on the tree, I've got a lifetime operation of falling and working around in the communities. I fell Sun River. I left trees on your good trees that were still standing. I don't think you had too many blow down. When you get down to one tree, all it takes is a tree assessor. I used to be ticketed. I probably still am, I guess. Wildlife tree. I had all the tickets of the whole works. I've fell in Chosen, 1,200 acres in Chosen. Never got arrested or shot. Sun River, I fell everywhere. Community association, all the ballparks, fields. So when you get down to one tree, I'm not sure if it's a fir tree or whatever. Usually what we've done in the past and a lot of other municipalities, especially in Saanich and stuff like that, if you got one tree, if it comes into the assessment, you got to do a core sample into the tree, drill into it, see how good the tree is. If there's any rot in it at all, take it down. If there's any sign of any rot, because it's going to continue to rot. You know, it started, it's past its prime. And take it down before it crashes down on a house or anything that, but we used to plant 10 trees. A lot of municipalities plant 10 trees in a park area, different area or whatever. And that kind of, it compensates for the loss of the tree. So it's pretty simple, really simple process. You just go get a registered tree assessor and he can do a core sample. You have to do you just have to do that, not just come along and look at it. It's, you know, and if the blast is too close, you know, I've been in spots out West Coast Road where the trees have all heaved up from the winds and you can see it in the ground, the cracks in the ground. And if we get cracks around that tree and that, it's got to go down. And there should be compensation, you know, done through into parks to put more trees in. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Broman. Other speakers tonight? I'll call for a second time. Any speakers? Ms. Temple?
Not as a speaker, but just procedurally speaking, I wanted to go back to a question at the beginning. If council wanted more information or more time to gather more information, the way to do that, such as going on a site visit, if that's what's needed, would be to adjourn the public hearing to a certain time. And you would do that before closing the public hearing. So I just wanted to put that out there before you close the public hearing. If that's the way council wanted to go, you'd want to adjourn to a certain time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Temple. Okay, I'll call for any other public speakers here tonight for a third and final time. Okay, there's nothing further from members of the public. We did get advice that if this were to continue, that the public hearing would need to be adjourned to a specific time. There is also the staff report and the recommendation that is in front of us tonight. So I'm going to close the public hearing. However, if a member of council wishes to challenge that ruling, that would be now would be the time to do so. Otherwise, consider it closed.
Yes, your worship, I brought that question up. I've heard enough to be satisfied. I do not need a site visit.
Okay.
So, I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Beddoes. Okay, the public hearing is officially closed. So that would be the end of public input on this particular item tonight. I'll now draw council's attention back to the recommendation that is before us, which is, okay, for 7044 Maple Park Terrace and 2191 Mountain Heights, that council remove the existing covenant, sorry, my glasses, the existing covenant CA 7028378 and replace with a new section 219 covenant for 744 Maple Park Terrace and 2191 Mountain Heights Drive, PLN 01606. That's moved by Councillor Logans and seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. So speaking to the motion, Councillor Logans, please.
First, I would like to say that post the public hearing, could we have a bathroom break? Then I would like to say that I would like to motivate council to move this ahead. This project has been a complete disaster from the beginning, and I do not place that blame on the current developer, Mr. Lang. I actually respect and trust him and hope that these things do follow through as planned. It's been hard listening to the comments this evening here and there. Things like the covenant holds the applicant down for future cost of the playground equipment. I mean, that playground should have been up ages ago. So, I mean, I respect the risk of that, but it also, in a sense, should have been done. At the same time, I understand how it can't have been done. But it's just things like that, and commenting about making the lot smaller will make them more affordable. Let's not use that word. We can't abuse the word affordable. It's less expensive perhaps, but honestly, take the word affordable out of this discussion. Yeah, I do respect the situation that the developers in. It really literally is a rock and a hard place. I always refer to this as the blast zone. I don't want to refer to this as the blast zone of Souk anymore. It's a huge scar on our community, like metaphorically and physically, and it needs to end. I think the developer feels the same way, that he wants to get on with this and turn it into something respectable. But I think a little accountability and humility is going to have to go along with this covenant to make sure that this land does become a more respectable part of our community. Because up until now, I mean, yeah, it's been really hard to trust anything that's happening here. And it's really, I mean, it may have cost more than $1 million of PETA for the folks involved in the project, but it's cost the same to the residents of Souk. So I'll stop talking now, but I really do want to see this become something less of an embarrassment for everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Logans. Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I think this particular development has had many challenges. It's a challenging site to begin with, and it's been through several iterations of owners. All of the issues, I think, took place long before I was elected to council, and I think a lot of others at this table as well. And I appreciate staff's willingness to work with the developer to remedy the mistakes that have been made in the past. And I believe that that's what this is an attempt to move forward so that everyone can kind of get this thing done. And I agree with Mr. Broman's assessment about the tree. As a former faller myself, I agree that every tree, especially a tree that's standing alone, needs a proper assessment to be done before a decision to save it is made. And so, yeah, I would recommend that we do that. Get someone that can do a proper assessment. Otherwise, it becomes a danger to life and property. Yeah, so I'm happy to move this forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I've heard a lot of comments this evening, and some of them resonated more than others. One in particular was around the OCP. And I think that one of the reasons this development has been so difficult is that I think people have looked at, part of a mountain being blasted off and the rubble left behind. And that's not necessarily the development that they want. That's not necessarily the development they want to see. And we don't necessarily realize how it's going to look like when the permits go out, when the zoning goes in, when we don't necessarily have the regulations, the bylaws, or the tools to do anything else. I totally believe the applicant was within what was permissible. I have no doubt of that. I think people are just appalled at what was permissible. And so I think at this point, we do have to look at the OCP. We have to figure out what the community wants and what we want. At the same time, I look at the Wadhams Way the Wadham's Farm being developed. And that zoning was in place too. I think that there's a challenge when we have to decide where to put people. I mean, are we going to put them on mountains and blast rock? Or are we going to put them on farmland? But we're going to have to put them somewhere. And I think that, again, we need to look at the OCP and figure out what the community wants.
Councillor Bateman?
So thanks for those comments, councillors. And, you know, from my perspective, as a Whiffenspit resident since around 2003, I had an extended period of grief here in Souk. We over two particular projects, Silver Spray and Viewpoint Estates, the loss of the south face of Sacred Mountain here in a community that was calling itself Wild by Nature, to lose two key viewpoints is significant. But you know, you've got to move on. You know, can we classify it as a disaster? No, we can't any longer. We've got a situation here, as we've heard tonight, with you know, this so-called death dance seeking a win-win solution. What else can one do when faced with a reality? And so here we've had the district working extensively with the applicant to find a best possible solution. And if we're looking at a phase 7 multi-year build out here, we've now got a trail plan that, as was stated earlier, the district needs to be more alert, to continue to monitor, to continue to watch the unfolding of this. And I suppose there will be future, so I think on that point, yeah, it's just sad, the lone tree. I mean, it's a bit of a statement. Fortunately, we have a street tree requirements. So over time that it will green up the hillside, just not back to its natural beauty as it once was.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, this has been an interesting one. I certainly don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling, but I will be supporting the motion. And I go back to some other councillors' comments, is it making the best of a bad situation. The ship has sailed on the development. It's there, and now we have to make the best of it. I did take back that it's staff's responsibility to ensure compliance. Well, it's the developer's responsibility to do what was agreed to. So that to me is a bit of a scapegoat, that all of a sudden staff goes up there and surprise. There would be no surprises if they followed what they said they would do. But anyways, we do need to move forward, and I will be supporting this motion. I just hope that there is more accountability and more communications in the future. And, you know, staff will certainly have to stay on this. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. So make some final comments here. I will make my first comments on this. So I'd like to thank all of those who have spoken tonight. While the majority of council seated here is new, and as Councillor Lajeunesse said, yes, this likely was approved before anyone was here. Well, I was here through all of it. So 14 years of this. And so I just want to offer how we got to where we are. I agree with what Councillor Logan said. It's a shameful sight. It's terrible to look at. It's not the only live and active development within our community, and I don't receive those descriptors on all of those. A Facebook page called The Mysterious Rumblings of Souk emerged because of this site, and I learned a lot about what rumbles and shakes within Souk and what happens around here, and I know not all of it is attributed to blasting. There's interesting work happening in the States that impacts us. However, it was a lot related to this. I know that because when I was acting mayor in a very first term, I had to leave my work early because Winfield was on standby to be evacuated because the site was basically blown up in the middle of July, and there were 10 fires that ignited at that time. So I know that it's not those that are within this room that were responsible, but that is certainly what happened. The original proposal came rushed to council, and I'm going to use that word a few times. At that time, though, it did talk about purpose-built affordable housing to meet the CMHC definitions where everyone can enter the market. There was a commercial node proposed. There was a view at the top that everyone could access. So accessibility would not have been an issue because those within cars could drive to it and enjoy it. There was density there, which was new to take, but it came forward rushed. I did support it at the time because what was presented seemed to make sense. I was a relatively new first-time home buyer myself and understood that challenge there. However, it was blown up, as I said. There seemingly no one knew what happened. I don't know. The construction crew just, they didn't know what happened that day, which is odd. So later on, Brailsford had an extreme dust storm, not related to climate change or anything, but more blasting. It actually made the news because of the amount of dust falling on the residents there. And they were tired, they were angry, and they were frustrated. And they were here in numbers and written where they were just so frustrated with what was happening. And again, at that time, the then applicant was pushing for changes. Things are expensive. We can't afford to do this. We can't meet that, and so forth. And yet at the time, okay, a different rationale was put forward, and the residents there were like, can you just settle it down? At this point, we're looking at a moonscape was the word used. And they didn't want to see that anymore. We dealt with the Brailsford connection at the municipality's expense and engineering to make that connection. While as best as we could, this council took that on to alleviate concerns brought forward by residents. Then there was some changes again that occurred, and it's always been rushed. There was a time where the applicant jumped over staff and brought something forward. They jumped over staff and brought something forward to council, and then council that doesn't necessarily have all the information made decisions there, but it was rushed. And then the process is trying to catch up to it. I heard the OCP mentioned. Well, none of our OCPs calls for this anywhere. Even if we had the same one in 2001, this is not the quality of life desired by any of our residents then, today, nor into the future. So onwards we go, which is why I asked some of the questions, because I remember when the last commitments were made, and I am a bit frustrated that they haven't been made for this, that, and the rest, but I understand it just the same. In terms of the lone tree standing, well, Lonely Doug is all alone out in Port Renfrew in an area that's been logged a long time. People drive to it, visit it. There's videos of it. So I don't see why this tree, if it's healthy, will remain intact as it will with other trees to come around when Lonely Doug out in Port Renfrew seemingly is surviving just fine on his own. So this could be another lone tree. It does add character. It could become an iconic feature to the neighborhood. One that you ponder and like, wow, look what was here before all of this. It's something to treasure. So I would encourage you to find the best way to do so. Having visited the Harris Creek spruce, there's a fence around the roots and you can't walk on the roots. None of these giants like to have their roots walked on, as we hear. So any way to have a boardwalk over the root system would probably help, just like there's lone trees throughout Souk and other places that are managing fine. When I hear things like extensive work, time and effort, reports and studies, listening to staff, legitimacy to prove, that comforts me. So I know that it's been at the time and expense of the current team, and it's unfortunate that that's what you've inherited, but that is what we expect from the volumes of residents that have expressed their concerns to us. And we expect our staff to demand that at this time. It's not your problem, but it's what has happened here. And it's been a hellfire for many people for a long time. I think there's more citizen oversight. I'll actually thank social media for that because then residents are more aware. That's the citizen oversight piece, to bring their concerns. We have an online service tool where folks can direct the concerns and have that answered. That provides other layers here. How did we get here? Again, it's the rushed, it's jumping over staff, it's ignoring and not feeling or empathizing with the people that live within the neighborhood or those that are around it. There were campaign donations made to, while the last review was happening, to those sitting on council or those seeking election. It's public information, you can find that. Anyone seeking election, you know where you're getting your dollars from in a town like Souk. And I can speak from experience 4 times over on that. In terms of going forward though, Where I find comfort, we've heard a lot from both the development team, but I also recognize the team's changing or the property is sold. There's a commitment by the current engineering team to stay with that project. That's some comfort. However, if that's not the case, our staff have rigorous process that they're putting in sight. That's why it took so long, because they were not prepared to bring something forward due to the level of time and dedication members of this council will spend to ensure that the concerns are met. So they're seemingly satisfied, and that's because of the work put forward for the staff. It has been an extremely busy time. None of us expected Souk to be this busy in a global pandemic, so that's the reality that we're in. I want that playground there, even if it's 10 years and it costs more. The children that are watching this work happen have an expectation that they're going to hold you to, and they will be in the seats here the next time this covenant comes forward and it's made that, oh, we can't afford it because it costs too much. They're going to say, so what? You should have put it in when you promised it years ago. They're going to have that expectation. They know this community well, and the amount of time that they spend, and this is an elementary school and even the middle school, they know what's going on in their communities. Their parents may commute out, but they're here and they talk about it every day. What gives us comfort, and we have an excellent staff team, and I know that they are attractive to other headhunters elsewhere. So circumstances happen and sometimes people depart, but what provides some comfort to me, and I hope this comforts the public, is what has happened within Souk since this started to where we are today. We have a very upstanding GIS department. We have our own parks department and wastewater management services provided in-house. Those were contracted out before. These are now in Souk, so there's monitoring happening there. All of that data flows to us to keep. It's not held by a different corporation. There's a focus on asset management, and one that also includes natural asset features, which would include lonely tree or others. We have more bylaw enforcement in place with a solid corporate team monitoring that, as well as the online tools. There's solid reporting framework from all departments. There's recognition that we need our own municipal engineer to be part of the staff complement, and records management, as well as a solid IT department that backs up all this data to ensure that anyone who needs it can get it easily and it's all solidly in safekeeping, as well as a policy framework. So those are the pieces that are in place now that didn't exist before. All of these components, and probably more that our staff are doing, are providing that oversight. Our fire department has also increased as well, with both the paid on call volunteers that live throughout our community that also have their eye on the ground. And we're also very aware to the realities of what the climate is doing to us. Blasting in July this time around, it's not going to happen. It's not going to work. You know that that's going to be dangerous to everyone concerned. And the phones will light up there. So there is a lot of things in place. I recognize that the developer team now is committed to making the best of a very difficult situation. It is the case, though, that I feel over time it's been rushed and brought forward to the benefit of the developer at the time, not to the residents of the district of the day or into the future. So that's my background on how we got here. Yes, I am angry. Yes, I am disappointed. Yes, I'm sad, but I'm still hopeful that now we can actually repair this land and move forward in a meaningful way, have that area done, let the lands heal, have residents that are desiring to be in our community call this place home where we all belong. And there is going to be many eyes on that tree to ensure that it can be saved to the best of its ability. And I'm certain that should that not be the case, whoever is in these seats in the years or months or weeks or whatever to come will be expecting something solid for the community. So I'll leave it at that. Okay. So that all said, I think that concludes what, any further remarks? Councillor St. Pierre.
Just one further comment about the OCP. It's not about the OCP. It's about the bylaws and the enforcement tools to actualize the OCP. We've had any number of OCPs that were the same, but we need to actually have staff work on the tools that support the OCP. I think that's what we need to see.
And I'll just add that also we are kicking off our development approval process review. What have we learned? What can we, how can we improve? what expectations we have, and all of that's work is kicking off as well. So those sort of pieces will help into the future. Okay. So on that, I will then, Council, have you said everything you've wanted to say at this point? So I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Okay, thank you everyone for your time today. And on that, I am going to call for a 10-minute health break. Looking at my clock here, 8:50. So that'll be 9 p.m. that we will return and cool down. Thank you. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to turn your attention to item 6.2, the 2021. Can I have your attention, please? Can you stop talking and look at me? Let's focus on the meeting. Okay, 2021 annual report, please. Staff presentation.
Your worship, the report included in the agenda tonight is the annual report for 2021. It includes a number of items that are required by the community charter, including the audited financial statements for the previous year, the list of permissive tax exemptions, and the amount of property taxes that would have been imposed on properties in the previous year were they not exempt. There's a report on municipal services and operations for the previous year, progress report respecting previous year's objectives and measures, report on any declarations or disqualifications. There is a statement of municipal objectives and measures that will be used to determine progress respecting objectives for the current year and the next year. We also have included the annual report from the mayor as well as from Mr. McInnes within the report. We have posted the annual report on the district's website and provided notice to the public as per the requirements of the community charter. We're happy to answer any questions regarding any particular requirements or information that's included. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Councillor St. Pierre, please.
I had a number of questions in terms of some of the content. One of them was in the mayor's letter. A number of projects were mentioned in terms of groundbreaking, but the library wasn't mentioned. I was wondering if that was just missed. Also, we have a couple of major affordable housing projects that we're doing in conjunction with the province. I thought that was reasonably important too. I would also point out that I'm not in my bio. I'm not actually with the Sooke Historical Society as a liaison anymore, or as an alternate, I believe. So you could maybe just amend that. In the section where we're meant to be demonstrating climate leadership, there were a number of items, mostly smaller, but there was no mention of the work that's been done in the Transportation Master Plan, which is really one of the key areas of actually addressing our emissions in terms of transportation. And we've done a lot in that direction, and we have plans to do a lot more. Local economic development was put under the vibrancy and culture section, but also could actually, it's really part of climate leadership. The STEP program wasn't mentioned. Transit advocacy was also mentioned elsewhere, but again, transportation is one of the key pieces of climate leadership, as pointed out by our adopted 7.7% solution, which is also not there. I'd prefer not to use acronyms like IPPU. I have no idea what that is, and I doubt the public will either. And the park's objectives doesn't list anything about a tree management strategy. But other than that, I would point out, amazing report, easy to read, well done, great pictures, loved it.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. The units are mentioned, the groundbreaking of the units, but did we break ground on the library? Was it last year or the year before? Because we're going back a year to 2021, and I think we broke ground in 2020. So I haven't looked at that report to see if it's in there, but it'll be next year where the opening of the library is celebrated. So that's why there's sort of the gap, right? Yeah. So maybe if we can fit that in is just to add to that ongoing together with the Vancouver Island Regional Library System, we continue to advance the construction of the new library facility on Wadham's Way, something of that nature to add. But it'll probably just fit. Thank you. And I'm hoping you capture some of other Councillor St. Pierre's comments. Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I have a few just minor changes. In the message from the mayor, there's in the second paragraph on the right-hand side of the right-hand column, it talks about Celebrate Sooke, and it mentions a sport logging show, and it wasn't a logging sport show. It was more of just an exhibition type event. And then there were a couple of other things on page 245 of the agenda, also under the mayor's message, it talks about VIMQ inclusion, but nowhere is there a definition of VIMQ, of the acronym. And also on the same page, it talks about groundbreaking of the community sport box set to open in spring of 22. So that's a little bit dated since we did have the grand opening yesterday. And then on the same page again, we will see several projects through to completion, including the finishing touches on Otter Point and Church Road corridors. Those are kind of done for now. And the community sport box mentioned again, the fenced dog park. So I think just some of this is a little bit dated because some of these things have been completed.
But this is for last year. It's for 2021. So, and there is still some landscaping that's required there. And actually,
Okay.
since the library is mentioned here, you don't need to add that other bullet in. I think that'll suffice.
Okay.
Councillor Logans?
I noticed that throughout the report, there are some places where it says Sauk Nation and also some places where it says Sauk First Nation. So we should review that and change it to Sauk Nation.
Good catch, Councillor Logans. Councillor Bateman?
I did send through to staff a few minor line changes, so that I won't go into those. I'm pleased to see the committees have been added in a robust fashion. And the one thing missing, as Councillor St. Pierre pointed out, the 7% solution, or for speaking for the Climate Action Committee, it would be good to see a list of actions and initiatives taken by each of these committees over the course of their year. Beyond that, great report. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good report all around. The only request I have is take a picture of the logging show off of page 5 and just get rid of it. No, just kidding. Very well. I know there's some odd little glitches and stuff, but it was very well done, and I think it's a good read for people to get information. So well done.
All good. Councillor St. Pierre?
I'll just make one more comment. I realized when reading through this document that if anybody wants to run for council, they should really read this document. It's a great read for anybody who wants to run. So just putting it out there.
Well, hopefully they should be reading every package of meeting minutes and every other report. Local government, anyway, I'll stop talking. Okay, so recommendation is that council approve the Districts of Sauk's 2021 annual report. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Anything further, Councillor St. Pierre or Bateman? Anything else from anyone else? See none, all in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Oh, Ms. Temple.
There's supposed to be public input. I'm sorry.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you for that catch. So we will call that vote back and I'll ask for members of the public that are here today. Do you have any comments on the annual report?
Susan Belford. I live here in Sauk. I just have one very quick thing to say. It's a great report. It's an excellent report. I just wanted to provide some clarity, though. There's a mention in the report that Sauk, being one of 5 most resilient communities, and I want to clarify, in case anybody assumes that means resilient in all ways, it's talking about economic resilience. It's not talking about climate resilience, which, as you know, we have lots to do on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. I think is that it wasn't self-proclaimed, but thank you nonetheless. I think the vote is okay as it is. Ms. Temple, is that fine? Okay, very good. So we'll move on to meeting minutes here for adoption, please, from June the 3rd, June the 13th. So the following meeting minutes be adopted as circulated. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any comments or questions about the minutes? Mover, seconder, Councillor Bateman, go ahead. Oh, sorry, the seconder has a comment or
Yeah, no, I
question.
have a comment. There was, let me see. The minutes from June 13th says I seconded motion 2022-162, but I was not at the meeting. So that.
Okay, so Councillor Lajeunesse was absent that meeting, so we'll just need to
It's on
fix that.
page 317 of the agenda.
Page 3 of 11 I have. June 13th.
So
Which item number? 11.1. Item number,
yes.
okay. Okay, here it is. We have to, yes, that's correct. So,
And then it says that I was absent. So I
Yeah.
seconded it and left.
so we're know that we'll fix that. So for now, the minutes will be amended. I guess the motion should read to be adopted as amended. And mover and seconders content with that? We'll check the webcast. Councillor Bateman?
So I have a few things. So we look at page 2 of 11, item 6.1. And I know the minutes can't capture everything. But when in 10 years' time, when we look back at the moment when the west side of Brownsville Boulevard began to be considered for future development, I'm interested in the statement that the director advised that a number of variances requested for the project, including, well, there were 3 variances and they were the 3 variances that are cited. So I think instead of a number of, we need to state exactly, categorically. And then we have further down the page, there's a statement, there are also several development permit design guidelines that haven't been met. Several is a word that actually means a few. More than 2, but not many. So as I stated during whenever this was, when was this? 2 weeks ago, there were 12 of the 52 design guidelines under consideration. 12 were flat out no, 19 were yes, and 21 were yes, no. So to say several would be to undercut staff's attempt to point out the inconsistencies with design guidelines. So I'd like to see that corrected.
Do you feel the word many or what would be?
Well, no, I'd like to see some numbers. Why don't we say precisely?
Okay,
I don't see why, given the work that went into that report, it shouldn't be exact. On page 3, in a rather minor item, under Adele Gibbs, the proposal is being aesthetically unpleasing. It's aesthetically. And on page 5, Mr. Lang's last name is spelled L-A-I-N-G. Thank you.
good catches. So in regards to, just to verify the concern on the variances as outlined by Councillor Bateman, could we just postpone adoption of these minutes to the next meeting and then we can have that updated then? I don't want to have to look for that information now.
Yep, that would be fine. We can bring them back. If you want to defeat the motion on the table, we can bring them back, or you could amend the motion to postpone it.
So perhaps just an amendment to table to the next regular meeting? The motion, we can just do that to the next regular meeting? Or
A motion
postpone?
to table
Okay,
is always in order, your worship, so.
okay. Motion to table, moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Logans. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So I'll come back and catch Councillor Bateman. Okay, item 6, report of the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Schaefer.
Your worship, I spent last week at the Local Government Management Association Conference, which was educational and a lot of fun, frankly. Met a number of people with some excellent ideas that we'll be bringing back and discussing at the table, at the leadership committee table. And it's a little bit difficult for me to look past last week to the week before, but I know that we have identified a number of things to work out, and we're going to be meeting tomorrow as leadership and management team together, and we'll have I've talked myself into a corner and I don't know how to get out. But I think there's an awful lot of work remaining to do, and we need to hammer out what the most important items are for the next 3 months of council's term to make sure that we, as a management team, understand where we're going and what we're doing, and as best as we can to support council in accomplishing its goals.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Okay, that brings us to item 7, the public question and comment period. Thank you to the 2 members of the public that are in the gallery tonight. Do either of you have comments to make to council? The public hearing is closed, so it would be on any other item. But you'll need to come to the microphone again.
At the risk of being annoying,
Could you please introduce yourself?
Susan Belford, Suk. At the risk of being annoying, I would like to comment on a couple of items, 8.1, 8.2 and 9.5. 8.2, the recommendations from the June 20th COW. I'm really happy to see council direct staff to engage on matters of water security. But I was kind of upset at council's wish to refer all committee recommendations to the next elected council. This to me feels disrespectful of the work of committees of volunteers who have met for many creative and substantive hours and creating really important work for the district. Further, it adds a 4 or 5 month delay for some very simple and basic actions. None of the motions put forward by the committees were controversial or difficult to carry out, so I don't quite understand the logic. On point 9.5, the query about additional official community plan review meetings. Earlier this spring, council made it very clear that they felt the need to conduct detailed examination of the OCP to fully understand it before sending it to public hearing. I think this was because of public input. But, so council has met twice so far, drilling down into the details of the documents. Council's conversations have been really useful and instructive and provided a great deal of clarity about many items, and also some positive wording changes and other things have come out of this. Council hasn't completed the task yet. Because you guys went through the document as you did, as a book, it meant that your conversations were primarily limited to the front sections of the OCP, the vision, mission, and growth management and land use sections. You haven't publicly examined the OCP's sections on community policies.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. We do have the 2 minutes, but I'll let you wrap up.
Thank you. The community policies, which include a lot of things, and neither have you discussed the implementation of the OCP or the very detailed development permit area policies and regulations. So this may not seem a big deal, but because you've started a process, you have a public record, a discourse. If you drop it now, what you're going to do is leave a hole in the public record concerning policies, DPAs, and OCP costs and implementation. This leaves that discourse open to being prey to misinformation and misinterpretation. And we've already seen evidence of misinformation on this file in various stop OCP signs posted around the community. I think that as you've started the process, it would be a failure of leadership to back out of it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Other speakers? Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us to our consent agenda. So this is item 8.1 and 8.2, the correspondence as well as the recommendations. So Councillor Lajeunesse, then Logan's, then St. Pierre.
Yeah, I would like to pull item BB from the weekly correspondence. Just for a question on where that's at. It was a letter. I'm just looking for it here now.
Can you repeat the
BB,
D
double B.
double B?
Bu.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's the John's complaint request for action. We'll extract that.
Yes.
Okay, and then that'll follow after, is there another item you wish to extract?
No,
We will
just that.
discuss it after the vote for the consent agenda.
Okay,
Okay.
just this one for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Logan's was next.
I want to remove the first recommendation in 8.2 from the consent agenda. That council directs staff to produce a high-level staff report on questions raised by the 606 water group.
Okay, thank you. The first, I'm just gonna label those 1, 2, 3. So let's just call it item number 1 of that of 8.2. 8.2, we'll call it 8.21. Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I would like to remove all of the recommendations for committees.
Okay, so the remaining ones, items 2 and 3 then. Because 1 is already out. So that's 1, 2, and 3 are now out. So I would just say 8.2 is off the consent agenda. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, for discussion at the next council meeting, I'd like to remove item M, memo on the proposed OCP from the concerned citizens of Souk.
M memo, okay. Usually we extract them for tonight though. So,
Well, actually, excuse me,
Can you clarify?
in the past, I have with a complicated matter that needs to be read carefully.
okay, I
You
see.
need to prepare for.
Okay, well, why
I
don't
do
we
anyway.
extract that and then we'll discuss it, what we're gonna do with it. Okay, how about that? Okay. Any other things being extracted? Okay, so in regards to the remainder, which is basically item 8.1 and most of the correspondence, the motion would be, we've moved and seconded this, right? No, okay, so then it'll be that the remaining correspondence under 8.1 be received and filed accordingly. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Just on this block, there are a number of comments in regards to the Hope Center. And I'll just report out that there is ongoing work and enforcement happening at the site right now so that we're not just receiving and filing, there is action occurring at the time. Okay. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. So then going in order here, starting with Councillor Lajeunesse, that would be item BB. So just looking for an update on this. This is a June 17, 2022, John's complaint request for action from Tracy Johns. There was a comment that our interim CAO is looking into that file. So I think Councillor was just looking to note what is occurring right now. Councillor Lajeunesse, if anything further than that, just to what's going on.
Yeah, but these people have been, they have 2 properties, one at 2032 Maple, which they wanted to subdivide into 2 lots for themselves and a friend. And they were told by staff that that it would be better to develop it and create some density in that area as it's slated for higher density development. And so they agreed to that. And I realize that staff we're understaffed at the moment, but their complaint is that they're not hearing back from staff. So that was one property, and then the other one is at 2489 Otter Point Road, which they were sort of hoping to do something similar, and they've run into the same sort of challenges with that one. So I just wanted to know
Okay.
where we're at with that, if anyone has been in contact with them, because that doesn't seem right.
Your worship, we endeavor to get back to people as quickly as we can. We want to balance that with the ability to give them a meaningful answer to the questions. Given that our staffing situation is a bit dire, there might be times when things fall through the cracks. And we are looking, as the mayor indicated, we're looking into those things. And that, I think, is, that's where it's at. We're doing some catch up, and it involves more than just one person sometimes to get that. So we will be doing what we can to get back to them and provide them with an answer that I guess might or might not be acceptable, but at least is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just Mr. Paulo.
So I can provide a bit of an update. I haven't been able to touch base with the CAO given the conference last week that he was at, and just back now after the weekend. But with respect to 2032 Maple, I did review the correspondence from the property owner, the applicants, as well. They have an agent working on that file. So their agent was in contact with me and sent files over on June 17th that I had recently reviewed. And I have followed up, just letting them know that I did receive them, that we are reviewing their file, and their agent also confirmed that they would be sending additional information that we're also waiting on. So once we have that complete package of information, then we can continue our review process on that file. And then in respects to 2489 Otter Point, again, also reviewing internal comments from staff. And that same property owner has requested to speak with somebody. So once I've had a chance to review those internal comments, I'll be making myself available to speak with the property owner to follow up further on the progress of their file.
Thank you, Mr. Paulo. Okay, on to item M. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'm pulling this, every letter we receive is an important, every citizen matters. These 5 concerned citizens of Souk are raising a number of issues that have been talking points during this OCP review. And I think as a safety valve, in case we don't proceed with the chapter review tonight, I want to ensure that we publicly speak about the concerns raised in this memorandum, and have staff respond, and we can all learn a little about the OCP. And to do it next time is important, because I think we all need to sit with this document and absorb it and look at its nuances. And
Okay, so I'm going to ask our CAO in terms of Councillor Bateman and what he's raised. Thank you, Councillor Bateman. What would be the best way then for us to do this? Are you looking for, like, are we voting to request a report that responds, or is it a email from staff back to this group? Like, how are we going to, I'm just like, what is the vehicle here?
So one suggestion I've considered with multiple correspondence that we've received through this process is that while staff is receiving this information and taking it into consideration, council's also been included on a number of correspondence. And my thought was that if council was able to consider that information during those respective portions of our OCP review, to have conversation on that allows for that information to be considered in the public realm. And then however that conversation unfolds, that's how that information has been taken into consideration by council as part of that review. Because I find challenges with trying to take this information, develop a report, and suggest that the review is going in one direction or the other when we're undertaking this review. I just don't see that being productive. I think we're acknowledging the receipt of this information, and that staff and council will be using that information during our conversations with the review process.
Okay, so just in terms of where we go for this, are we able maybe just thinking that maybe we can bring it to item 9.5 because that's when we're discussing sort of what we're doing with the OCP, and then we can address that there in terms of, it's just the process. I don't want to say do this now when that outcome I don't know what that outcome is because we haven't voted on it yet. Councillor Logans?
I would suggest along the lines of staff that we've got another elevator ghost, second one of the night, that we bring forward this correspondence at the next OCP meeting, provided we have one. Perhaps that's what you mean by bringing it forward to that, to wait until, like, I don't think this needs to be a motion that we bring this forward, but just as Councillor Bateman does with other correspondence from citizens, which he's very good at, is going through them at the appropriate time in those meetings and bringing out those questions that the citizens have. And I think that's our job, really, that's a compliment to you, Councillor Bateman, that you do very well. But that's definitely where I see this fitting in.
Okay, so for now, because it's been extracted, I don't know what to do with it because it's removed. So just receive for information right now? Because otherwise it's sort of hanging out there. Councillor St. Pierre?
I very much like your suggestion of putting it together with the discussion we're gonna have later about the OCP progress. I think that's very appropriate.
Okay, so then perhaps since it's extracted, to table to that particular item later on in tonight's agenda. I just need to put it somewhere. Otherwise it's, okay, so you've moved it out of the block. So council will help me, staff here, like what is the motion? I need to move it somewhere. So it's just floating right now. So are we looking to to receive it during item?
I've put a proposed motion on the screen for each of them. The first one, item BB, to receive for information, and then the second one, item M, to table discussion until after agenda item 9.5.
Okay, so motion to table to item after 9.5, moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Temple?
And actually, item BB has not been disposed of either. There was no resolution on that one. So the proposed first one there, but what to do with John's complaint?
I thought we received okay, so going back to BB, that the correspondence be received. Staff is looking at it right now, so I don't know what more we can do with it except receive for information. Okay, moved by Councillor Lajeunesse, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, so that brings us into item 8.2, and the various bullets have been received. So let's go through them one at a time. So the first one I'll put forward on the floor is that council direct staff to produce a high-level staff report on questions raised by the 606 water group. So that's on the floor now. Councillor Logans, it's not moved or anything, so it's just sitting there now.
If I can speak to that without
Okay.
a motion.
We'll just need, because
I
it's
don't want it
extracted out of the
moved, so
block.
I'm not gonna move it.
Okay, is anyone prepared to move it? It got extracted from the consent agenda, so that is the recommendation. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Bateman is moving that we do this. Councillor St. Pierre is seconding. So speaking to it, Councillor Bateman is the mover with the microphone on. And just for housekeeping, because of the air conditioning, and I know that we're limited in how close we can get, I'm going to ask that you all try to amplify and speak directly into the microphone. If you move this way or that way, we can't hear what you're saying.
Test.
Good.
Okay. So I spoke about this 2 weeks ago. Following the delegation, we have a liquid waste plan rainwater that was had X number of recommendations in it to get a high level half day. I don't know how long it would take to do this report. Quick look at where we stand in reference to that report in particular. And then there were some other questions raised by the group that I think could be quickly, just a few few one-liners, just so that we've opened this file for further consideration. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm actually not sure why it was pulled. If we had actually included in the consent agenda, would this not already be the result?
No, it was extracted for individual discussion by Councillor Logan, so that's why it's on the floor.
Very good. Okay. I had the indication from staff that it wouldn't necessarily take very long to provide a high level indication of what's possible and what's not possible and what resources we needed. I would like to see that, so long as staff is not going to be overburdened. And so I would agree with the motion.
Okay, Mr. Carter?
Through your worship to council, prior to that committee meeting, I did review all the questions in there. A lot of the questions are technical questions pertaining to groundwater. A lot of those with regards to recharging of aquifers and stuff, they are technical questions. It would take me probably 3 to 4 weeks time with staff to go through that in detail to provide even a high level technical answers on the aquifer recharging questions. With regards to the stormwater management plan that was adopted by council in 2010. There's very little that has been done with that plan, but we've included it in our DCC program bylaw as a $150,000 project to develop a new rainwater plan or stormwater master plan. This item, based on the resolution that's in front of council, will take approximately 3 to 4 weeks time. It is not in our work plan right now, and there is a substantial amount of work being undertaken through the summer and going up to the end of the year right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter, for that. Councillor Logan's who pulled it.
Yeah, I pulled this because I think I would pull anything similar to it as well. Right now, as our CAO mentioned, we have a dire staffing situation. It's not a pretty sight, especially leading up to an election and trying to get through our strategic priorities right now. And the staff work plan is going to be a major challenge. It would have been with a full staff complement, and it is going to be even more without that. And trying to add even the smallest items outside of their work plan and outside of our strategic priorities, we just have to be really, really aware that these things, though it seems small, have an incredible impact on what we're able to accomplish. But it also has a great impact on the morale as well, because we keep adding and adding and adding to what's happening as we wrap up this term. So I really want us to focus as council on wrapping up these items that we have in our strategic priorities chart and in the staff work plan, and not add even the smallest things at this time.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from members of council? So, Councillor Bateman.
Well, yeah, so just understanding now it's a 3 to 4 week project that will require major work. Obviously, that is no longer my definition of high level. High level might be a couple of paragraphs stating exactly what you just stated. So, yeah, I'd be prepared to vote against my motion, given this new information.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will call the question on this motion. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
I just need clarity because I was told a couple of weeks ago that I wasn't allowed to vote against my motion. So I'm wondering when and where that applies.
Can we get that clarified, please?
Council, in making a motion, the original mover should have intentions of supporting it, but they can have their mind changed throughout the discussion. The seconder can put forward a second for discussion purposes only and doesn't necessarily need to intend to support it. The mover should intend to support it, but can change their mind and vote against it.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so the motion is moved and seconded. Basically, it's whether or not we're now, because we sat as committee of the whole, we got recommendations. What are we doing right now? There's been some information provided. So are we going to continue to advance this or not, basically? So if you think yes, then vote yes. And if not, oppose it. Makes sense. That good? Okay. I'll call a question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimously defeated. We do need, though, to tie it up, though, and perhaps just reply back to the delegation that, unfortunately, as we learned more about what would the requirements would be, we're just unable to meet this obligation at the time, recommend reaching out to the Capital Regional District because they are the water provider. Councillor St. Pierre?
I would suggest that Mr. Carter's comments about the 150,000 for an updating of the 2010 report would also be useful to the group because they'd feel like, yes, work is going to be happening. And they're in their beginning stages anyway. So I think they'll be happy to know that there's further work that's going to be coming along and that we
Okay.
recognize that.
Is staff able to reply back to the delegation? Okay, do you need a motion for that? That's business, right? Okay, good. Okay, so the next two, or the next one is item 2, and that is that council received the report, or this report, Fire Master Plan for information, and direct administration to include the recommendations for consideration in the 5-year financial plan with the goal of aligning with the present and future needs of the District of Sauk. Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Councillor Bateman, any comments?
I can see, no comments.
Councillor St. Pierre, and I believe you also extracted it for individual debate. Okay, because when you said to pull all of them, I meant the committee of the whole meeting. So that's why I thought, that's why I'm doing these individually, is that you wanted all of them pulled. So that's what we're doing now. All right. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimously carried. Thank you. Okay, so item 3 then is that council refer all committee recommendations to staff for presentation to the next, pardon me, to the new council during orientation for their consideration. Do we have a mover or a seconder for that? I'll move it then. Seconded for discussion. Okay, so speaking to it, we sat as committee of the whole. We've also now changed position given the capacity of staff, the work plan and our resourcing. So I'll stay with that motion. Go to the seconder.
It was my understanding from Ms. Gray that specifically with, I'm trying to find it right now, with the VIGBC, that she could take a quick look at it, determine whether or not this was already covered by other organizations and whether it was worthwhile or not. I was under the impression that specifically with regards to the hub, the community hub for local economic development and for remote work, that was an advocacy piece that council could take on. And I believe that because the meeting was so long, everything was put off till the very end and all this was lumped together. But some of these items could actually be dealt with fairly quickly, some of them by council as opposed to staff. So I prefer not to just put all this off to next council. I think that some of this is our work to do.
Okay, so then we need to pull this apart a little bit. Is there an amendment that you have in mind or?
I was specifically thinking of those 2 items.
Because
But I
right now
wanted-
what's on the floor is that they're going to staff to do a presentation to the new council. So if you're not in support of that, then an amendment would be
Yes.
in order for a different.
I'm aware of Councillor Logan's concerns and I share them.
Okay, why don't, we'll hear from others and then we can see what we usually land on something good, so. Councillor, did you have your hand up, Councillor Logan? Councillor Bateman.
Well, thank you, St. Pierre, Councillor St. Pierre, Tony St. Pierre, for, I said much the same thing during the meeting on June 13th. And I'm just slowly loading that agenda so that we can actually be looking at what we're talking about. Yeah.
Your worship, if I may.
Yeah, Ms. Temple. Can you just hold on a sec, Councillor Bateman? Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead, Ms. Temple.
I was just hoping to clarify with Councillor St. Pierre that these motions on the screen are the 2 that he's talking about, the VIGBC and then the Share Space Co-working Hub.
Oh, okay.
I think I've got them both here, the 2 that
Thank you.
I understood might be pulled.
Yeah, I think definitely the membership in the Greater Victoria Green Business. I don't see, oh, there it is at the top. Yes, I'd like to see that done. It's a very simple thing to do. As I said at the time, it's a matter of cutting a check and getting that started.
So for the amendment, I'm just trying to steer us through this. Are you proposing an amendment then?
Let's discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah. And secondly, I would like to see just some confirmation regarding the share space co-working hub. We discussed last time that a simple letter to the Ministry of Citizen Services would be the way to start that process. And I made an agreement to write such a thing for the mayor's signature. So it doesn't become a huge advocacy piece, but it's a start of a conversation where we let the province know that we're interested. Given the fact that the Climate Action Coordinator produced a very fulsome report on the subject.
Councillor Logans?
As it stands, I think that that I am not in support of the current recommendation. But I do like that we've sort of isolated these. Thank you, Ms. Temple, for pulling them up. Because I do think the second regarding the BC Ministry of Citizen Services and et cetera, that can be a simple letter that we do and work on council. If it's not, please let me know. And then I do agree that it would be good to join that VIGBC. Whether or not there's overlap, I think it's not an expensive venture, and it's good to have some overlap in those sorts of things because then you're talking across industry partners. However, the co-host of a lunch and learn and webinar, that might be out of our scope at this time. And I think that was the biggest concern when we were discussing it last time. So if we were to go ahead with these items, that would be something to discuss prior to moving it ahead.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
And I should just point out, having reviewed the other recommendations, I think they would involve a fair amount of staff time, reviewing terms of reference and so on and so forth, looking at trying to provide hybrid systems for attendance. So I would set those aside, but those two items, I think I would specifically like to maybe through your worship to staff, maybe ask Ms. Gray if she has any comments on the VIGBC, because we did have a very short chat after the meeting and she might have had time to look at it. So.
Ms. Gray.
Through your worship, sorry, your feedback. Through your worship to Councillor St. Pierre, I did meet with the climate coordinator, but failed to, we got caught up in the whole climate action plan and forgot this piece to clarify her. And similar to Councillor Logan's point, my pause on this was just the co-hosting the lunch and learn is what staff member would be tasked with doing that as well. When I quickly read the program, it sounds like there's site visits that need to occur and what staff member will be tasked with doing that. A list of deficiencies will be created. So just more the intent of what would we do with this list and what would be the priorities of that list. And maybe that could be fleshed out more with the climate action plan during that meeting if that's. So it wasn't so much the cost of it, it was just there will be work involved in joining this membership. So it was just the timing of when that work should occur.
Councillor St. Pierre.
So just as a follow up, I do remember now further to our conversation, we discussed the possibility of maybe forwarding this information to to the Chamber of Commerce, and that they might be excellent hosts for this type of organization to do this work. It really falls in their wheelhouse. They do webinars and so on and so forth. This might be they might have the resource, it might just be a better place to put it, in which case we could simply forward this information to them and see what they do with it.
Okay, so I caught most of that. So are you saying then that we would, okay, because I'm looking at it's like a living motion. That we understand that the lunch and learn webinars is rather labor intensive. The membership would be fine. Or are you looking to refer the whole thing to the Chamber of Commerce, including the membership?
Yes.
Councillor Logans?
Yes, I think what Ms. Gray was saying is that it's not just a membership, there is also staff work involved in that. The timing of that work, we don't know what that is. So either it could be the suggestion that Councillor St. Pierre said, that we pass this on to the chamber, or even we pass the discussion onto the chamber, and we could even talk about who it would fit with best. Or even it's something that we can look at and perhaps join at a later date, but
Okay, so sending the whole thing over to the chamber for their consideration. Okay, and I think it's for their consideration because we don't know the capacities, so tasking is a little bit different. Then can you consider this, Councillor Bateman?
So I met the representative of this group at the AVIC conference in Victoria and introduced him to the climate action coordinator. This is a group that represents businesses and local governments, okay? And they have yet to get a local government member on Vancouver Island. So the idea, by leading by example, as we did in 2019 when we signed up for the FCM Partners for Climate Protection program, which in fact sat fallow until our climate action coordinator arrived. So no work began on that for close to I don't know, close on 3 years. So I grant you it will take some time for the district to engage with this, but let's put that aside. Let's just get a membership. It's inexpensive. We lead by example. That's one of the key pieces in the climate action plan, the district showing a leadership role. And the chamber can become a member, and so can all of its member businesses. But at the same time, the district can as well. And I think it's just a good virtue signal. It's much more than it's a really good organization with a lot of solid content.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beddoes.
Well, I disagree. I think that I don't know very much about this organization. And I mean, I hear that we just throw some money at them just because it looks good. And I think that's just, excuse me.
Sorry.
Yeah, we know what you did. I think that's what the impression I get is we're just throwing some money at this. What are we going to be doing with this group? I don't know. What is the purpose of joining it? Somebody tell me.
Okay,
I'm just
so
asking a question.
Yeah, I could answer.
why don't you answer that? And then I'm going to propose some amendments.
You know, what I can say is the two committees spent a fair bit of their committee time discussing this and coming forward with a recommendation. Community Economic Development and Climate Action both recommended that we join this organization. So the work's being done by our member representatives.
Okay,
But
so
I'd like it explained to me is as a counselor, and we're putting out some money. I know it's not a whole lot of money, but you were on the committee. You understand it. I don't.
Well, I may have understood it at the time that the
Can
meeting
we-
took place.
let's just remember I'm chairing this meeting.
You are.
Thank you. Councillor Bateman, so both yourself and Councillor Lajeunesse would have been a party to the discussions that occurred. Can you just share a couple of bullet points again? And then I'll go to Councillor Lajeunesse to elaborate a bit as the CED rep.
Okay, so this is a nonprofit organization that looks to provides a rating system for businesses and local governments as they undertake a menu of different climate action. It's like a Better Business Bureau of sorts, which indicate you get a sticker for your front door that indicates where you fit on a scale of 1 to 5 as a I don't have the information in front of me. Dana, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
To be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely certain myself what what's that?
Can you direct your comments to me, please?
So I found a website here and I did briefly glance at it during the CEDC meeting, but I didn't read the whole thing. On the surface, I guess it sounds okay, but I think it would be something that would be better dealt with by the chamber at this point, as has been pointed out many times tonight. our staff is overtaxed and understaffed at the moment, and I don't think we should be adding anything new to their plates.
Okay, I'm going to suggest an amendment. And that'll be that council directs staff to register the district to become first member of VIGBC, and that council forward information on VIGBC membership to the Sauk Region of Commerce for their consideration. We join the membership. We also send it out to the business community and would suggest that they join. Down the road, we'll continue to get feedback. So it's a local government as well as the chamber together. Is that an amendment anyone would like to move? Oops, Councillor St. Pierre will move it. Yes, Councillor Bateman is seconding it. So we're going to join the membership. We're not doing a lunch and learn. And then we'll send it over to the Chamber of Commerce. There can be a meeting of the minds. Chamber of Commerce representative is also on the CED. It did come forward for committee. I haven't looked at it in great detail, but I'm certain the public members have, or it wouldn't be here in front of us. Okay. Comments? Nope. Councillor St. Pierre.
Just quick, it basically seems to provide resources for companies to reduce emissions. We can use the same resources to meet our targets. We don't have to do much more. I think that we should leave the main hosting to the chamber, but still join up. And that way we basically negotiate a compromise that makes everybody happy.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, still, it's too vague for me. We're joining something for the joining sake because the committee thought that it might be a wonderful idea, and that's fine. I like the committee and they do a lot of really good work, but I've yet had anybody explain to me roughly what they do. I just don't think it's right that we throw money at something and we don't know what we're throwing money at. It's just, I don't see what we get out of it. So I will not support the motion.
Councillor Logans?
Yeah, the onus was on us as council members to know what we were getting out of it last time we had the discussion, and even still before it came to us again. So I think if even the chair and Councillor Beddoes don't know by now, then that's on them, and I'm happy to move this forward.
Okay, I'll just share in the past, we've joined the Creative City Network and it provided bulletins and information. It was a membership, much like reading Municipal World, subscription that I really enjoy. Maybe not everyone else reads, but I don't know, good material in there. So it's the start, it's the beginning. Okay, call the question. All those in favor, please, of the amendment? Opposed? Councillor Beddoes is opposed, so the motion carries. This is one motion. The next one was in regards to the other piece from the Community Ec Dev Committee. Okay, so the only question, so I see there's the highlight here, so this makes sense. My only one was being specific about 6868 West Coast Road. What I don't know is if there's, like I've heard the space is leased, that there's a business operating in there, so I don't know that being specific without putting a business out of business, and maybe that's not the case. Maybe the committee's addressed that, would be my concern. And I know these things take time. Councillor St. Pierre.
I like what you're saying. I think that we could maybe just make a small amendment to the therefore be resolved and put in potentially in the purpose-built former CRD building. That way it doesn't limit it to that particular building.
Okay. So then this whole piece, and then again, in terms of advocacy, it does take time to put all the pieces together to build up a serious ask. I've been working on healthcare for I don't even know how many years now. So it isn't just an easy piece, but we need to start it. And that is typically with a letter to start the dialogue. Councillor Logans.
I guess this is a point of order, but did we voted on the amendment for the last one? Did we vote on the motion?
No, because I've left that
Or it was
open to
open.
deal with
Okay.
this,
Thank you.
thinking that this could be like a separate amendment.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so on this, just being lazy, but I'll read it out, okay? Where successful implementation of the District of Sauk's 7% solution strategy requires significant cuts in ICE vehicle transportation emissions by 2022, and whereas 237 of the approximate 2,500 provincial employees living in the Western communities reside in Sauk, And whereas the provincial government shared space co-working hub in Langford received 10 times more requests for its use in 2021 than available space allowed. And whereas new virtual technology is enabling the province to introduce new workplace and split work policies, allowing employees to work remotely from their home communities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Climate Action Committee recommend that the District of Sauk and its council advocate with the BC Ministry of Citizen Services for a provincial employee co-working hub potentially in the purpose-built CRD building at 6868 West Coast Road, and that Councillor Bateman be tasked with writing a letter to further this initiative. So that would be an amendment to the motion. So it's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. So speaking to it, Councillor St. Pierre, anything?
It's a limited amount of resources. It gets a conversation going and it needs to be done.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
So and I think it's good to have potentially, because that 6868 does have a full tenancy at the moment. And the Climate Action Coordinator's report also identified some other potential spots. So I would like to see that report appended to this letter.
Well, we'll be working on that together.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, so
done.
remember that. Okay. Note to self. Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I certainly agree with sending a letter, and I certainly have no problems with Councillor Bateman penning the letter. He's probably very good at that. The only thing that I ask is before it is sent that council review it.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. The one thing that that is missing from it, and it probably doesn't belong here, is what I would like to see is more of a hybrid model. So it's not just for government workers, but also like a private, if there was some private investment into it as well, like a Club Quench type of thing, so that anyone who's running a business or working remotely can buy a membership into this organization, and it'll help create some vibrancy in the downtown center, and it will create kind of a business incubator. We could, but anyway, that's a different discussion, I guess.
Yeah, Councillor Lajeunesse, like this is building on the success of the Langford model, which is specific to the province. So trying now to introduce a hybrid, then we're not ready to write this letter, right? That's a different, we're not there. It's either then it's focusing and building capacity around what we know, and hopefully getting some more cars off the road by doing something different. I think we need to start this conversation and see where it goes. If they come back and say, you don't have enough a demand out in Sauk, then it's pivoting. Okay, well, we could look then on what could we do to make this work. But for right now, it's basically to emulate what's already in place, and they're not sharing space. The one thing it would do is even with the cost of fuel and even the fuel limit cap, I was at a SIP event pleading for employers to allow their employees to work from home and not have to drive through catastrophic weather conditions with the fuel cap. And some places responded and some didn't. Transit service is still not at full capacity, and it's going to continue to take some time. And I don't even think all the workers are fully back in office, and certainly some are completely still remotely working, depending on the I guess where you work in the provincial service. So it's the beginning, but there will be more work to do. So I'm fine with this, and Councillor Bateman's up for it. We'll work on it together, but we'll share it out with council before it's done. We don't have the crushing UBCM cutoff date of needing to submit, so we have time on our side. And then we also have the ability to find other means to advocate for this at UBCM outside of the more formal structure. Okay, good. All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the amendment? And that's unanimously carried. Is there any other amendments? And I appreciate what members of the public have raised. There is excellent work done. This was a concern when we look to continue extending the committee timeline, because taking what comes forward putting it into budget and resources and allocation is also a time lag. So that was a concern when we actually extended committees rather than ending them last year where that work could happen. It's just everything takes time. We have the summer in front of us, minimal meeting times to really we have to finish up, mark the landing, as we've heard many times. Okay, so the rest, so that amendment passed. The third amendment then would be then, that would be that then, wouldn't it? Or because the motion, well, I moved it and then we've been amending it. I don't really even remember now what the main motion was. It was basically to refer to all this. So does that not nullify the main motion with this amendment? I don't know. Right? So I think the intent, so we have the main motion was to have everything go. We've pulled out some. So then by default, the main motion has been amended that what's remaining is going to go as it was planned to the new council during orientation. So I don't think we need the amendment.
No, I think you could just vote, sorry, on this as is now because it's left standing. You moved it and Councillor St. Pierre seconded. So yes, you could just vote on this one.
Okay, so everyone's clear on that, everything remaining and where it's going and what we've done here. Okay, so I'll call the question on the main amended motion. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we're moving into item 9, reports. 10 o'clock. Good. Okay, we'll keep going. First one, 9.1, naming a municipal asset at 2430 Phillips Road. Over to staff, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, the council, in accordance with municipal naming policy, staff have chosen the name Raven Ridge Park for the Sun River Sport Box location located at 2430 Phillips Road. Report in front of council is just the rationale provided for the naming of the park for council to consider for receiving for information.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that staff put into coming up with the name. As I've said many times, I do walk through that area every day and the name certainly fits. It does resonate with the view as well as the wildlife that's in that corridor, in particular the ravens. They're regularly seen, though I think they were chilling out the other day for the sport box opening because it was kind of hot, but it fits. I mean, the view is spectacular. And it's my understanding that Elder Alphonse, who blessed the site, was also supportive of the name. So that really resonates and provides us with a lot of opportunity to really connect to the origins of that, connect to the origin of that land. Okay, so the recommendation that council received, the naming of a municipal asset at 2430 for information. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Just go ahead.
A quick comment, like staff to keep in mind that having a little river, little park would be fun sometime. So just look up a little river, something.
What?
Using a little river as part of a name for a park asset, I think would be quite fun.
I've also been, it's actually Small River. We need to get the proper and not little. So I think before we do any of that, let's just confirm properly. Okay. Anything else? Councillor Lajeunesse and Beddoes?
Yeah, no, I really like the name. I think it's fitting for the area and the space, and I like ravens.
Councillor Beddoes.
I'm not crazy about the name, but I sort of thought that if we had a First Nations name that was easy to pronounce, that had some meaning behind it would be good. But I won't stand in the way of this. It's not a big deal.
And I agree with you. I think we just need to also recognize that the Sauk are in the process of revitalizing fully their language, and finding the written form is taking time, even for known sites within Sauk. So this is where it gives us an opportunity, though, to come up with something. If we just put in Senchothan, I don't think that would be genuine to the Sauk. So it just takes time, and we can look to develop that over time. It takes time. Councillor Bateman.
I'll just share a little bit I found on the Yale University ornithological site about ravens. And one thing, young ravens are fond of playing games with sticks, repeatedly dropping them and then diving to catch them in midair. So the lacrosse box, there you go, sticks. And then native people of the Pacific Northwest regard the raven as an incurable trickster, bringing fire to people by stealing it from the sun and stealing salmon only to drop them in rivers all over the world. So that's kind of cool.
Thank you for sharing that. There's a lot of opportunity.
Maybe we
Go
could
ahead.
have a plaque that says that first part. That was pretty good about playing with sticks. I think that would look good up there.
It would for sure. No, that's great. More to come. Okay, all those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Next up is volunteer program policy, CO-013, I believe. We're gonna miss.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship to council. Policy, volunteer program policy is in front of council for consideration of adoption. Policy outlines the relationship between the district of Sauk, volunteers, and establishes consistent practices and guidelines for district programs. Moreover, in the policy, it addresses the recruitment process, mitigation of risks and hazards, safety procedures, tool and equipment utilized in volunteer activities, record management, as well as the volunteer age, guidelines and responsibilities for the district, as well as the volunteers. Following policies in front of council for consideration.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Carter. I've been going through the process with Sauk Minor Hockey. See why it's important to have good policy in place here. Questions? Okay, the recommendation is that council adopt the volunteer program policy C0-013. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next up is the 2021 Statement of Financial Information Report. Sophie.
Thank you. Just cognizant of the time here, I have nothing further to add to this report. It's a statutory requirement to file the SOFI by June 30th. So this is in front of council for consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, members of council by now should have verified all of everything that's under your name. So here now then is that the report from the Director of Financial Services regarding the 2021 Statement of Financial Information Report be received, and that the District of Sauk 2021 Statement of Financial Information be approved for submission to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and that the Mayor and Director of Finance be authorized to sign the Statement of Financial Information approval form. That's moved by Councillor Logan, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next one here in regards to 9.4 is a request that I had. I would like to consider applying for committee status with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. As you may know, I've served 2 years as a board member, one as committee and second as a voting board member. The commitment as a committee member is you're just as involved, but don't have the voting at the full board meeting. So it's not as much work, but you get to participate fully. Having already served time on the Union of BC Municipalities, it would just seem odd to run for Director of Large, having now completed that. And we're grateful that we have Councillor St. Pierre working with AVIC. So it's just a different area of interest. We do pay into the small communities funds. This is largely funded by Metro Vancouver. They recognize that for smaller community members to attend these meetings, it's cost prohibitive. So largely the large municipalities are actually helping to fund for smaller communities, of which we qualify for. So it's just the per diem meals that are not provided by FCM directly on those dates. I'm unable to make the September board meeting because it collides with UBCM, which I'm hoping would be understood because I hope to receive my life membership award there and I don't want to miss that opportunity. And anyway, I like the work. Sorry, I'm a bit of a local government keener, but Councillor Logans?
This sparked a work dream for me that Mayor Tate nominated me as the Director at Large for one of these things. And I was like, no, it was like a work nightmare, but I'm glad that you enjoy it. You're great at it. And I would move the motion that council authorize Mayor Maiati to participate on the 2022-2023 FCM standing committees and forums.
Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any comments?
No, I think it's wonderful. That's all.
Councillor Bateman?
I was curious if you had any preferences on subject areas, because I know there's specific committees.
There's some. One of them was international relations because of the time served that I did in Cambodia, and just really started to immerse I was doing a lot of light reading about the plight of refugees, particular during COVID and that struggle there, particularly for women and children. And then I sort of go through them for day 2. This one was a tough one. So I have to sort of think about that. Obviously, increasing women's participation is important, social economic development, environmental issues, and sustainable. But so is infrastructure. So it's likely, just given the growing needs of our community, I would put municipal infrastructure and transportation policy first, and then environmental issues, social ec dev, and then increasing women's. I will ask to participate on the anti-racism and equity committee, as well as the rural forum. From an FCM perspective, rural is, I think it's either 80,000 or less population wise. Yes, so when we go there like we're small, right? And it's recognizing some are representing wards of 50,000 people in their own ward when you compare to a big city, but we have all the same issues, all the same problems, just more work and a lot of strain. So I'll be working on that. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, everyone. I'll now call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. I didn't vote. It feels a bit weird, but okay. 9.5, additional official community plan review meetings. Over to staff, please.
Your worship, time is growing short for the completion of the official community plan and the requirement for us to meet on nights other than regular council meeting nights is becoming problematic, both I think for staff and for council. We would like to ask council if it's your choice to continue to schedule meetings on off nights, or to simply say we can't at this point complete this task in time to get it to a public hearing before potentially the October ultimate meeting of council. And that's the choice I think that we have to make now. It's going to require an awful lot of meetings, especially considering the detail to which we're bearing down on the OCP document as it is, and I understand council's desire to do that. But it's at this point, I think, it's time for us to ask council what your wish is on whether or not we continue to schedule these special meetings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I'm going to just relax the meeting rules and not require a motion right off the bat, just to have a sense of where folks are at. This is difficult, so kind of looking at you, Councillor Beddoes, because just being you're so immersed in the work. So if you don't mind opening up.
Yeah, I've been pretty patient in these last couple of meetings that we have, but I can't say that I've been extremely happy. First of all, I'd just like to say that this was a high priority, a strategic priority for us. And what the exercise we're going through now, we've had 2 full sessions, and we're minor wordsmithing. There's been no major change to the OCP in those 2 sessions. And they were long, they were hard. We discussed the word for like 20 minutes. And I've seen it before. We've done it before in the committee. And I heard earlier about, letting the committees do their work. The committee has done their work. And the committee has reported out. And it's for us to review the document, not in detail where we have to look at all the thes and ands. And I understand, Councillor Bateman, you're excellent at it. And I really value your input on it. But we have not substantially changed anything in those 2 meetings. that I can see. And we had the initial reaction and there were some problems. The 30-meter setback, we dealt with it. Feral estates, we dealt with it. Density issues, how many people have tuned in those last 2 meetings? One. And I think it was our chief financial officer that was tuning in at home. So I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish with this, other than, I don't know whether to stall to get it in out of the way of the next election, which I will think is the wrong thing to do. I mean, we said that we were going to complete this thing. Now we've had some more submissions that come in, but how many submissions do we take? You know, we finished this process. Everybody's had an opportunity. What happens if Transition Soup now says, well, gee, things have changed now since the gas prices went through the roof. I want to make a resubmission. We'll be doing this thing 2 years down the road. I mean, we had a good, competent group, and I think everybody agreed with that. It wasn't an easy slug during COVID, but we've had hundreds and hundreds of people respond and put their 2 bits in worth, and now we're catering to a few. And I'm not saying the few don't count, but we keep coming back to the same few names time and time again. And there has to be sort of an end game here. If it is that bad, make the call, throw it out and do it again. We blew $200,000, wasted a bunch of people's time. But if that's what the council wants to do, but to go through this exercise time and time again, to do what we're doing, that is not our job. We're policy people. We're not to go through documents and pick out every little thing that we do. We've had a good committee. Everybody says, it's 95% done. If we pass this and it goes through, it doesn't hamstring anybody in the future. A future council can come in and make a change. If there's something glaringly wrong that we see, we can make the change, and hopefully maybe the next term, those that are running, that we can do that. But there is a limit to where you can go. If we keep beating this down, what's 3 weeks now, another person sends a submission in, and then another one, transition suit comes back. I don't know. I'm just getting tired of dealing with it. And I think our approach of, and I understand the reason why we're going to look at it page by page, but come on. I mean, what are we actually accomplishing? If it is that glaringly bad, then you should know by now, all of us. I mean, you are the councillors that have the opportunity to look at this document, and you've had it now for when did we pass the first reading? It's quite some time ago. You know, so yeah, I know. So I mean, I'm just getting frustrated because I really don't think that even if we have any more sessions, I mean, it's certainly up to council because I'm just one person here. But I think all those people that put this effort in, and these are people that talked to us when at difficult times and made presentations to us at difficult times, we're selling them short. You know, they have given us their ideas, and basically we have captured those ideas. And again, I'll just say, I know there's a couple of people that aren't happy with it, and there may be more in the woodwork, but my phone's not ringing off the hook. How many people are here tonight to discuss the OCP? You know, when this is coming up. I mean, I think that ship has sailed. Let's get on with it. And this is just my opinion, and you asked it for an open forum. Let's stop pissing around with this thing. And we're either are going to pass it or we don't. If you don't, then start it all over again. But it's 99% there. Let's just get on with it, and let's get on with life. Get it passed. Take the heat for it during the election if you want to. But I'm okay with that. You know, I'll stand by it. I know it's not entirely perfect, but it's the best we could do under the circumstances, and it's amendable in the future. Let's just get on with this and start being a council again, and instead of a staff member reviewing every little word and sentence. That's my 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. Councillor Logans and St. Pierre.
Yeah, I think Councillor Beddoes makes some very strong points, and I have agreed with them all along in that. So maybe I'm a bit biased, but having read through the whole thing myself, I don't have any glaring issues with it. And the more we go on with this process, the more I hear from people who have been silent because they've just supported it and don't care and want us to move on with it. And they will just say a passing remark like, oh, the OCP sounds great. And the only people who are complaining about it okay, I'll extend this a bit. The only people complaining about it are the same folks repeatedly about the same issues which we have mostly dealt with. And there's a lot of misinformation that's being spread so that if anyone new is complaining about it, it's from my experience, it's always been a misinformed piece that they're talking about. So I'm happy with the document, and I think it would be good to move on, and we can make changes as we go. It is always a working document. And what's exciting to me about this version of the OCP is that it will be really neat to work through it and see how it all plays out in real life, because we won't know until we actually start actioning it, how all these pieces really work with our growing community. So I think it's an excellent point that Councillor Beddoes makes, that we have not made any substantial changes to the OCP. I know we have the guts of it to go through still, if that's what council wishes, but I don't have anything to bring to those discussions because I think it's a good document. And I know that others disagree with that, but I think that's fine. That's what we're here for, to vote on. So, I mean, I'd be happy to move forward with it, like Councillor Beddoes said, instead of dragging this on. It's definitely, at the beginning of all these discussions, it was important for us to review the document and go really headfirst into it and dig into it. But have we not done that yet individually? I think at this point, if you haven't done that, like, too bad. But I mean, it would be great if Councillor Bateman still continued to send any little revisions, because those do need to be made. We found some things that would be embarrassing to put out if we hadn't, but really, as a policy document, it's good, I think, to move forward.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I do think that excellent work has been done in the OCP. I don't think that it's substantively changed, as Councillor Beddoes and Councillor Logans have mentioned, but there's an issue in terms of buy-in, and that's community buy-in and our own council buy-in. I think what happened, and in some ways it feels unfortunate now because we were blindsided by it, is just, again, the freaking pandemic. When we started this process, my understanding was council is going to stay well away from the process. We're going to allow consultants and the community to develop a document, and we won't be too involved, because that way we can just stand aside. It's not politicized. It's the community's document. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. That was good. Unfortunately, 2 years later with this pandemic, we pretty much saw the draft, or the draft that we could, say this is what's going forward, about the same time as the community. And then the community, had issues with it. And as has been pointing out, most of the issues were ironed out. And right now, it's looking pretty decent. My concern is still with some elements, for example, like the DPAs. I know that I've got members of my land use development committee that are part of the people that are concerned. And we had a meeting scheduled. I would love to actually get the committee together to go over the DPAs and get some recommendations. And then I might feel just fine with moving forward with the OCP as it stands. But I think that we're doing a disservice to ourselves, to the resources that we have available, by moving forward without doing that. I wouldn't want to move forward without doing that. I'd like to get it done too, but I don't want to break our legs in a rush to get it done. I don't want a situation where we get to second reading and then we're at election. We just didn't quite make it to the finish line. And now a new committee and a new council has to go over the document all over again. So I think we have to make a choice between, can we get it done with the resources and our staff's capabilities right now and get it done right? Or do we set it aside and make sure that it isn't chucked, as Councillor Beddoes is saying? I don't think the work is good. It should not be destroyed. It shouldn't be tossed. Can we pass it on clean to a new council, or do we finish it? And I would like to know, what are the chances of us actually finishing it? And I do think that we need to address the DPAs.
Councillor Lajeunesse, then Bateman.
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor St. Pierre on all of his comments. I guess the decision to rewrite the OCP was done before I was elected. So I wasn't a part of that. And not that that matters, but in retrospect, I think if any of us had known that the pandemic was going to go on for years, we probably wouldn't have started a process that required such extensive community engagement. And I think we did get a lot of community engagement, but as a resident of this area for almost 60 years, I feel that it doesn't fully represent the community. And I have a bit of a problem when the people who I know and have known for years and respect, and are the people who we're expecting or hoping will make the vision in the document a reality, are saying that it won't work. And I think we need to listen to that. And I also think that if we put a pause on it now, we're understaffed for one thing, and staff has a lot on their plates and things are falling off the table. But putting a pause on this is not such a bad idea, because having it span 2 councils, I think will make it a better document in the end. And we can maybe have more community engagement and find out what the real issues are. The 2 meetings that we had that went on for hours were just kind of going through the fluffier parts of the document. And I think if we're going to go through the rest of the document like that, it's going to take months to get through it, because we're getting into the technical details that will actually have an effect on the outcome. No, I don't think we need to throw it out. It's a lot of work, a lot of but those few people represent a larger body of people. It's not like all of the development community and the people that we're hoping will realize this vision are saying that it has some issues, and I think we should deal with those issues before we move it forward.
Councillor Bateman.
Well, lots of valid comments being made here. Councillor Beddoes, you made a very persuasive argument at the outset. I'll shoulder my share of the blame, if that's the word, for this chapter review, which for me personally, it's this ongoing depth education process about this whopping great document. And that one person who's watching us online hopefully is also getting an education in the minutiae, the granular details of this document. I think it's I would maybe not 99%, but I'll go up in the high 90s as a really solid document that I think this council can stand behind. It would be good for me to see us get it perhaps the second reading before the election, turn it into an election discussion, and have a public hearing. The new council will need to determine when that public hearing would happen. But Councillor Lajeunesse makes a good point. Planning is understaffed. I will make a point here around in the report here we've got tonight. Council and staff have held numerous OCP review special council meetings. Now, there's that word again. I cited the definition of several earlier tonight. Numerous means, according to Word Hippo, my favorite online source, occurring on a regular or frequent basis, widespread or common, a large amount or number of something. we've had precisely, what have we had here? We've had we've had three special, because the receipt of the draft on August 30th last year was a special council. And then we had it on May 16th and June 15th. So whatever happens tonight, I'm glad I pulled item M from correspondence, because that will give us an opportunity to hone in on those particular set of issues. Councillor Lajeunesse is right. Those are 5 concerned citizens who represent a fair number of folks. There is a sign on the highway telling us, spreading some, what I would argue is disinformation about this OCP. They have concerns about density, which we discussed at the last chapter review. And they also have concerns about the pricing, the costing out of these OCP implementation plan, and some issues around why our connector route isn't front and center in the plan. And also a call to remove all development permit area guidelines from the document, which I would just like to have a informed conversation on. I can't find any OCPs without development permit guidelines. So I think it would be useful to address these issues prior to the election, because otherwise we're leaving that unaddressed. I think Ms. Belford was right. There's a responsibility we have to deliver our best version of this OCP, and then put it out into the public realm for election discussion. And it'd be great to have conversations with candidates who've read the thing and have some understanding of where it's taking us, because I think it's taking us in a lot of good directions. Solid document.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors. Just some comments. Where OCPs get into trouble is when they're vague, and that's when mass amendments have been made to our last OCP that really made a lot of changes that we're seeing today as a result of that. They seemed immaterial perhaps at the time, and they weren't. My concern is not with the committee or with council and the work that we're doing. I'm disappointed in the consultant that the document came to us in the way it did. There is excellent work in there. I don't see a single typo in the document from the fire consultant report because they proofread it. So that's why we get in the weeds so easily, because of the mistakes. And so it's just to have something to last a legacy of 10 years, it needs to be as error-free as possible and as relevant. That's why we need to spend the time, because the consultant failed us in that regard, in my opinion, because there shouldn't be seal levels rising or references to other communities, or that's where you get caught up in that. It's just the timing, just realistically to schedule the time. If council can actually do that, we're short one now. We had to make a special motion earlier, and that's fine. Other things happen, illness and so forth. I know that, so that we can't get to the meetings. But realistically, can we find the meeting time? August, most staff are booked off and deserve to be off. And so finding the meeting time is going to be a challenge, I think, to continue doing that. It would be wonderful to have as best we can document as we can. Just realistically, can we find that meeting time? It is the heavy lifting part. Sometimes when I read the correspondence that comes forward and what staff says, I think they're agreeing with one another, and staff has answered that. It's just maybe the language use or the technical pieces. And that's where I don't fully get it, because it's not the nature of my work. But I think they're saying the same thing. But then when the emails come back and forth, it just gets clunky. Like, are you raising the same problem? And staff answered that or not? When I read the exemptions, I didn't think any of them would apply, because I didn't think it applied to a single family lot. So why is all those, it's more on a land assembly, for example, type of concern. So realistically, just given that we know that we're short on staff, even with our current CAO, do we have the meeting time? That's just, is it realistic? Can we even get the meeting time to get it done? It's not my wish. I'm sorry that you're leaving, Councillor Beddoes. You did hard work on this and you should be commended for it because you did a lot of, I know it's not about you. Let me speak here. You steered the committee in a good way when we got offside with the consultant in the beginning to get them on track. And that took a lot. And you did that. And the committee did a lot of good work. You did the best you can. I saw you in the pandemic with clipboards going out and ground truthing because the consultant wasn't willing to spend any time in our community to do that work. The committee did all of that work. And now it's just recognizing the implications. Having a document that we endorse only for the next council to amend leads us to why Souk has developed and grown the way it has. It's not, so it's just, how do we get through and find the meeting time? There may not be as many OCP emails coming in to us right now, but there is a heck of a lot of complaints coming in about where's this at, and people have been waiting, as to the point that Councillor Lajeunesse raised. And that's not because our staff is not doing their job, they are. There's good people doing excellent work, and it's just really busy. And we're busy because we haven't even had every member of council attend every meeting in the last while. So can we realistically find the meeting time? At the last meeting, we asked Mr. Palo, can you do a report on this? Can you do a report on that? That's all time that he has to spend on this and not doing other things. So I just don't know how we can duplicate or triplicate him to get everything done. I don't think it's a fair ask. He has a family and other responsibilities as way to the day-to-day. Can we find the meeting time? We tried with one poll, one person responded, and that was it. I couldn't make that proposed meeting time. Will we have quorum if we go ahead to schedule this July through to September, August, when everyone is booked to be off? Can we realistically find the meeting time? I don't know. If we were at this point 6 months ago, I would say yes. Had we had a document that wasn't so full of typos and errors, I would say yes. That's why we said, okay, let's get through this. The land use committee, and I was at the meeting when it came to the land use committee last year. It was scheduled at an awkward time so that Mr. Palo wasn't available. It was myself, our recording clerk, Councillor St. Pierre came in late. I think Councillor Lajeunesse was on the call. And basically they were told to write in emails as members of the public. And now that's what they're writing. These are members of that committee that are writing in, whereas other committees have had an opportunity to comment, but the land use committee had not. And now they're writing because, did you know about this implication? I'm okay, I don't really know what you're talking about. I think so, but it seems like it's addressed, but is it or not? Because we're hampered now. And the downside is when we gave it first reading, we don't have public input. That's why they're not here, because no one can speak to it. So I don't know. I mean, it's up to council's will, depending, there's no motion on the floor. Should you move option one? That is what staff is recommending. And I think that was hard for them to put that forward because they know it's important to us. So item 2 is find the meeting time. I don't know. Councillor Logan.
Can we attempt to have at least one more meeting where we specifically focus on the development permit? My mind's not working anymore. DP, whatever's.
Potentially, if we find the meeting time.
Well,
Yes.
I would also say if you can't show up, you can't show up. And if we have quorum, we move ahead. So, but just one more meeting between now and September.
Councillor St. Pierre, then Beddoes.
I don't know if the staff has the capacity, but I would prefer to have the land use committee have a meeting and then ours follow immediately with recommendations. Because quite frankly, the DPAs are technical. This is where you have to dig deep. We have people with expertise, and quite frankly, we're all lay people in this particular area, which means we can spend an awful lot of time basically discussing things that we don't understand properly. I don't want to waste our time. If we want to get this through and get it through properly, we should send it to people who understand this stuff. With Mr. Paolo, he'll do better with them than with us, most likely. Well, we can have some fun. And ideally, we can get some good recommendations and move it forward reasonably quickly. I think that moving us to another meeting doesn't actually serve us. I think if we can move to a meeting of the land use committee and then have a commitment to trying to finish it all on a following meeting, that would be lovely. I don't know that we can actually manage it. But if we can't manage it, I think we need to say pause. Because that's all we're going to have. We'll have a better idea. We'll know that we don't have the resources. We'll have taken more time, but that's not the worst in the world.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I can see where it's going around in a circle again. I mean, Councillor Logan's was on about another meeting. If you had another meeting and you dealt with the DPAs and this last letter of the people that should have sent it last year, that all of a sudden take an interest in it now, which just absolutely infuriates me when I put feelers out to these people and they couldn't be bothered until the final draft comes up, and then there's all these things wrong with it. So if the land use committee, they're intelligent people and they knew how important the document was, why wasn't there an input from them? I don't know what the hell you guys were doing. I'm not on that committee. So, I mean, I would be sitting in another one. I don't mind doing it, but be something specific. I don't want to go through with this line A and this word is wrong. If there's some problems, deal with the letter, have a look at it again. And if those things need to be addressed, then we address them. And we have staff. And I have a lot of confidence in staff that they can explain it to us, because I don't understand everything. And even when I was doing it, I didn't understand it. But I'm tired of catering to a few people. And you say that it's more than a few, but it's not. It's the same names on it. So and same agitators that screaming in my face about stuff. And if you get your way, you say there's a whole bunch of things wrong with it, throw it out. If you want to throw it out and get it done. But this beating it to death and running around and catering to different groups, and who's going to call us next week? Somebody else, well, I want another go at it. I gave you this input 6 months ago, 9 months ago, went to a lot of trouble to do it. And, you know, transition suit, they gave us 3, and they were very articulate, very well put together. Now, and me as chair at the time saying, that's just one group. We represent all people in suit, not the ones that have been here for 60 years. There's other people that live in this town that gave us their vision as well. So we have to, you're here to represent all of them, not a select group of people. So it just infuriates me that we're into this depth of a discussion on a document that everybody says is just about done. If it's just about done, let's do it. I mean, any document, no matter what we do, is going to be under revision in the next 2 years. Time is moving so quickly with climate action and building and wars and stuff. There's nothing that we're going to produce today that is going to fit the bill for everything. And I'm just tired of going back to the same 6 people. And they seem, maybe they've been here a long time and deserve better than anybody else. I don't know. But we represent everybody. And I want to hear from everybody. And I wanted to hear it at the right time. And I don't know, it's not here now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is someone prepared to move a motion? Councillor Logans?
I would move that council direct staff to schedule one special council meeting between July and September 2022 to review the DPAs of the OCP.
Is there a seconder for that?
For the DPA.
Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. So speaking to it, Councillor Logans.
This is where a majority of our concerns come from people. I would urge Councillor St. Pierre to have folks from the land use committee to come to that meeting or meet with you or call you in advance to discuss the concerns. But the concerns that I've heard are the same ones over and over and over and over and over again. There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of disinformation about these concerns. So I feel like they've been mostly addressed by staff. I'm happy with staff and council addressing them in that meeting. And I think we should hash it out there and deal with it and move on.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think there's a big difference between an open forum where people come in as part of the public and comment or ask questions. And there's also a great deal of difference between a letter coming out from, again, people in the community and a committee where you have someone to take the notes, someone take the minutes, you have an agenda, you have staff to basically ideally keep staff and a chair to ideally keep the conversation moving forward. You're moving through things you want to get done. I think there's a huge difference between that sort of thing and that sort of input in terms of what we can actually pull from it than actually inviting those same people into the room to have their 2 minutes at the podium. Okay? That's not really going to get us to a place where we have buy-in. That's not going to get us to a place where people have been heard and have had an opportunity to actually provide the input that can actually improve the document. We can go through the DPAs ourselves. We will not understand them nearly as well as we could. That's all there is to it. I don't think that these things need to be exclusive. We can certainly, I think, hopefully, maybe have a committee meeting followed by a council meeting to do this work. And that means that we don't actually have to schedule council for this twice. It means that we can actually hold our regular Monday meeting and have a regular land use on Wednesday meeting, which ideally should be easier to manage. Hopefully this doesn't actually delay things. It just informs and provides us with buy-in.
Okay, so you're suggesting, would you like to make an amendment? Actually, it's a bit different. In this case, it's it would be completely different. It's either, no. Yeah, so Councillor St. Pierre, you seconded for discussion, but your preference is for the land use committee to meet, or pardon me, Councillor Beto, sorry, I meant to go to you. I'll go to you next. I thought, I'm getting confused here. You've spoken, and then I went to Councillor St. Pierre. Okay, because Councillor St. Pierre is recommending the land use look at the DPAs. Go ahead, which is not a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'm not entertaining that. Like I say, we'll deal with the letter, which is basically from the land use committee. Those are the ones that are on it. They've written us. It's been brought forward. If we deal with that at our meeting, and if we need an explanation on what they mean, we have staff. We have a competent staff that can answer that question. And that's who we should be going to when it comes to that. We do not understand every little thing that comes before us, and nor should we. That's why we have staff to enlighten us on that. So I still stand by the motion, and it's a little bit better than what I just wanted to accomplish. And but I think that would be an opportunity to address those needs. And I don't have anybody else with a bunch of glaring problems that have come to me or come to my committee, which is now wondering what the hell's going on. I don't see a lot wrong. Deal with that letter. That is the land use committee. Are those the same names on it?
No, it isn't. Ms. Belford is a member and she's
Okay,
not on the
maybe I'm
committee.
not.
So just to clarify, it's some of the people of the letter are on the land
I
use
was too broad
committee,
in that speech.
but not all. And, you know, I would prefer Councillor St. Pierre's option of the land use committee. If we're going to have another meeting, I think the committee, we chose the committee specifically for a balanced realm of expertise there. So it varies across as members of council can attend and observe that meeting and hear the dialogue that occurs and see what it says. So that would be a possibility. The letter is not representative of all the members of that particular committee. Mr. Schaefer, and also my understanding, I found out afterwards, is the land use committee was scheduled to do this, but we're meeting met instead. I think that may have been helpful. Mr. Schaefer.
In your worship, just to throw a procedural wrinkle into that, my understanding is that the land use committee's mandate ends as of June 30th. So if it's council's wish to go down that route, it would require a motion of council to extend the committee's mandate.
Councillor Logans, that's right.
Also, the letter, though, is representative of the issues. So while the land use committee, I mean, it would bring in a few different ideas from other members of the public around these issues, it's still staff who are going to be the ones answering the questions that are had. And those issues that are in the letter are the issues that we keep seeing flare up. So those are the ones we need to answer in my mind.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'd like to see that say just July 2022 as opposed to September. And to review the DPA section of the OCP and any other major issues that council identifies.
Okay, so you're making an amendment. So strike out dash September. So
Yeah.
July 2022 would be the first one so it's just July.
Yeah.
And then instead of to review the DPA section of the OCP.
Yeah.
Comma.
And any other high points that councilors identify.
And any other high points that
That's the-
members of council identify. We would have to vote on this amendment.
Yeah.
So Councillor Bateman is proposing a motion or amendment to the motion. I just wanted to get it on the floor and then we'll look for a seconder. So the other piece is, okay. Here, is there a seconder for the amendment? So that's focusing just on July and adding any other high points as identified by council. Is there a seconder? I'll second the motion for discussion. The amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Oh, I feel that we could do it this month or next month, given that we're on something of a slow roll. But and I agree the DPA section is key. You know, we can utilize this. I like the idea of utilizing the Concerned Citizens of Soup letter as a point of discussion, like a focal point for discussion around the DPAs. But there are also other, and I say high points because I've got a few points I wouldn't mind raising from an otherwise really solid document. There are still a couple of things I'd like to get on the record.
Okay, thank you,
More than a
Councillor
couple.
Bateman. As the seconder, it's just trying to narrow the scope to find a meeting date. And the other point to that is I'll raise the point around equity and diversity inclusion. I find it's a colonial lens on minorities, and I think that should be removed completely, just given what we're hearing recently. It's dated and it's offensive to me and others. So it's not a big thing. It's just a strike through is all. Okay, anything on the amendment? So on the amendment, all those in favor, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Logans.
Can we please at least ask staff if it's possible to have a meeting in July prior to forcing that? Instead of having, it's nice to have an open July through September in case things come up and folks have scheduling issues or council have scheduling issues instead of just saying July. And also, of course, we can talk about other sections of the DP or of the OCP, bring it up as new business or add it to the agenda on the day of, if it's something that you know specifically that you want to talk about. But the point of this is to review the pieces that we exactly know we want to talk about, which are the DPAs. And if there are any other pieces that you definitely want, then add it to the agenda. But we can't just be like, oh, well, maybe we should review this whole other section as well, because it's just going to be too time consuming for sections that we won't make major changes to.
Okay, so I'm going to ask staff, this isn't the motion that you recommended. The recommendation you put forward first was to pause. And council is taking that a bit differently. So realistically, in terms of availability, if this narrowed to July, what would that look like?
So in terms of staff availability for July, there's no vacation bookings or anything of that matter. So when it can be determined a specific date that council can achieve quorum, or I think everyone wants to participate, that we would have those select dates and confirm everyone's attendance at that time. But there's no specific weeks that there's staff that are unavailable. So July is open, knowing that we still have council meetings. August would be the month that there wouldn't be availability.
Okay. So sounds like, yes, July could work from staff for staffing potentially. Okay. Others on the amendments? Councillor Lajeunesse.
I still am in favor of having the land use committee meet and discuss it first. And for the simple reason that the one meeting that they had, that the OCP was on their agenda, there were no staff present that could take their questions. And I hear time and time again, people, when I ask people to sit on committees, they say, no, nobody listens to us anyway. And I think that was a glaring example that proves that point. And I think that these people have valid concerns, and I think that we need to give them a chance to be heard before we go in. And as Councillor St. Pierre noted more than once, these are the people with the expertise that can read the document, decipher it. We're not in that boat, aside from maybe Councillor Beddoes, because you've been involved with the process since day one. Okay, yeah, why do we have committees if we don't pay any attention to what they say?
Okay, comment? We're on the amendment. Anything on the amendment, Councillor Beddoes?
No, I'm happy with the amendment.
Okay, so on the amendment then, that council amend the motion. Okay, well, it would basically be for July and to review the DPA section of the OCP and any other high points as identified by council. Okay, I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm opposed on the amendment. That carries. And so Councillor St. Pierre, we're on an amended main motion. So the main motion is basically a meeting for July to review the DPA sections of the OCP and other high points as identified by council. I'll speak, I didn't support that because I can't personally commit to another meeting in July. I am away and have things that are scheduled. So, but it carried, so that'll be up to you. To just have to make a motion to do things as new business and just the DPAs. I just find that rigid. Yeah, it's council's will. It's your document and it's bigger than all of us, and that's fine. Leave it at that. Just having seen OCPs and amendments made and a rush to the finish, I would have gone with the first one that staff recommended, just given the other constraints on the district right now and our expectations. Okay, so I'll call the question on the main motion as it's amended. All those in favor? And opposed? Great, it's defeated. So we're at a tie. So Councillor Bateman, Logans, and Beddoes were in favor of the motion. Myself, Lajeunesse, and St. Pierre are opposed to that main motion. So it's a tie vote, so it's defeated. Okay, thank you for that. So a motion to move to continue meeting past 11 o'clock, moved by Councillor Logans, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor of meeting past 11? Opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of where we go from here, Councillor McMath had also written that she wanted to put a pause on it until we can have good consultation. So I know that she's not here tonight, but I just wanted to raise that because it's something that she emailed out. I appreciate where everyone is at with this. I'm just also recognizing the strain on the district and the fact that we don't have a full complement in the planning department and there's other work happening. There's a significant grant application that's coming. My issue with the document was that we set out what we wanted it to do. We were told to stay out of it. It was going to be a thin, mean regulatory requirement, and it came back differently. So it's just hard to process all of that. And then here we are, and we're running out of time. And we're down staffing. That's all. The issue right now is I could get through it is the timing of meetings and the ability for our staff to meet and do the other things we expect them to do. So I'll look to any of you, or we'll put forward the staff recommendation. The first one, that council direct staff to pause further official community plan review special meetings and prepare a summary on the status of the OCP to present it to council after the upcoming municipal election during council orientation. Someone like to move that? Councillor St. Pierre will move it, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. On the motion, Councillor St. Pierre.
Well, I pretty much hate this. This is absolutely not where I wanted to go. I had hoped that we would actually get, as I said, the committee on this and that we could potentially move forward. I agree completely with our mayor that by rushing, we're likely to break our legs. I don't think that's the way to go. I think it's really unfortunate that we're in a position where this seems to be the other option at this point in time. I do think that in terms of our staffing and in terms of just our resources, in terms of actually getting through it, this is probably the best choice. I think it'll allow more community consultation, but I don't know if that's really where it's at. I think that people can have a chance, but I don't know that very many people will take advantage of it. I agree with Councillor Beddoes on that one. I think that in terms of actually making sure that we can actually get done what we need to get done, this is not one of the things we can get done, and that's too bad.
Can you repeat that last sentence?
In order to get the things done that we'd like to get done, this is not one of the things we're going to be able to do, and I think that's unfortunate.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
No, I'm going to support the original motion for reasons that I've already stated.
So what is on the floor now? Okay, other speakers? Councillor Bateman?
Well, I'll vote against that, just on the grounds that we, the elected representatives of Souk, were given a chance with that previous motion to have one more meeting. That was not going to take us to a public hearing. It wasn't going to take us to even second reading. It was one more chance. You know, I campaigned, I first ran for office in 2014 and again in 2018. That OCP refresh was a big deal back then. And a lot of talk about that. And I was really looking forward to and have enjoyed so far adding my contributions. Now, I may well be on the street come October 15th. And so there's a missed opportunity, just one more meeting in which we could have, so anyway, we have yet to just, anyway, that's all I got to say.
Other speakers? I mean, my issue is the one more meeting because while some may feel that the way we're going through it is not productive, I felt that it has been with everything that has gone through it. I think it's time well spent, even though they're long. So I don't want to rush the finish. I don't think one meeting is adequate. So it would be the case of a series of meetings that we don't have time or resources for because of everything else. That's my challenge with this. I don't feel that one meeting is adequate. It needs more. Okay, if it wasn't riddled with the challenges that we were. No, we're not stalling it because it's the election. We're out of time. And we have an interim CAO in place. We're down to one senior planner who's now doing the day-to-day, another person working 2 days, and nobody else at this time in planning departments, let alone everything else. I think the document deserves more than one meeting. Okay, we'll see where this goes. Go ahead.
At that one more meeting, we could have decided to have another as well. There's no, it didn't have to be. It was planning one more meeting for July. And this does, to Councillor Bateman's point, cut the rest of you potentially out of this discussion. So enjoy that.
The previous motion, as I read it, was one meeting in July for DPA specifically.
Yep, and
some
you can
other
make
high-level
another motion
points.
after it. This one, we cannot make another motion after.
Why can we not make another motion after those?
Because it pushes it beyond the election.
Right.
The other one pushed it to July. You could make another motion in July at that meeting or at another regular council meeting to have an additional meeting if you needed to.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll call a question on this motion. All those in favor? Opposed? So who's opposed? Councillor Beddoes, Logans, and Bateman are opposed. Councillor Lajeunesse was in favor of it. So was I. Councillor St. Pierre is would you like me to do this vote again? Well, it depends on where Councillor, okay, it's Councillor Vader. Councillor St. Pierre would be, since didn't vote, would be deemed to be in favor. So the motion is tied again. And so it fails. So next motion, please. Councillor Bateman.
Okay, so I move that council conduct one more meeting at which we discuss the development DPAs and any other high points that council would like to raise. At which, yeah, but at which point we then determine next steps.
Okay, so it's a bit different because it's not specific to July, right? So
Right.
it'll be on availability, but essentially dealing with the DPAs and other items. And let's just wait till that last piece you raised is on there. Let's just, there was some more coming, right?
Conduct one meeting.
But you added something also about council then.
And then at that point, determining a next step. Once we've concluded that.
And then determining the next steps.
Yeah.
Or within the meeting, okay. So that's moved. It's not seconded yet. Seconded by Councillor Logans. Okay. Speaking to it, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I think, yeah, I've said what I need to say. I think it would be just fun to have one more go at it, one more kick at it. And knowing that we have this one more meeting, we'll really hone in. I'll leave all the minutiae behind. And we'll get to address these concerns raised by the concerned citizens of Souk. And then we'll have done our best and we can just move forward into election season, knowing we've best foot forward.
Okay, so it takes July off. Councillor Logans?
I honestly think it's important for council to discuss the DPAs with staff at this meeting and the issues that are raised by the public, which are the same issues over and over again that are brought to us in that letter and will be discussed at this meeting. We have an option to have more, or if you don't want to show up, don't show up and there's not quorum and we tried, if you really want to sabotage it. But at least this gives this council one more time to discuss the OCP. The previous motion gave us no other chance to discuss the OCP. And to me, that's kind of giving up on it in the sense that the people with the most expertise at the council table would potentially be completely removed from the discussion going forward. It is important that our voices are heard for the DPAs and that those questions that we have are asked prior to another council reviewing this. It's very possible that this will still go to the other council and that it will go to the land use committee once it reforms after the next council. But it's really important for our voices who have been through this whole rigmarole to be heard at the DPA discussion so that that can at very least be brought forward to the next council if it does go that way and ends up being brought forward to, I honestly do see it going past the election. And I think that's fine, but it is important for our voices to be heard.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I would agree with everything that Councillor Logans has said. I do think the additional meeting is preferable. I again will reiterate that I would have preferred that the committee meet before, because it would be useful. But I'm fine with this. And I do prefer this to where we were going. I think it's going to be a lot like pulling a Band-Aid. I think that we are going to not make it to the finish line. And I wish in some ways that I hope we do, but it's a really slim hope.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I'll support this because otherwise we're just going to keep going back and forth for all night. But I think we'll have this other meeting and then we'll probably entertain the original staff recommendation to put it off for the next council. And I don't have a problem with that. I think having the next council look at it will just bolster the document in the end.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes.
I just want to clarify other high points. Is that letter that came through that you had withdrawn? It can be, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I want to see addressed.
Okay, call the question then. All in favor? It looks unanimous. Thank you. Again, is finding the time. It's all about the time. It's running short. Okay.
Your worship, we will endeavor to get a date hammered down as soon as we possibly can so that people who are available can attend. So we'll do what we can.
That's the challenge. Like we're right
Yes,
in
it is.
summer. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't think anyone's trying to sabotage this. It's just the time. I know, it's always an option. Okay, next up is our bylaw section.
Your worship.
Yes.
Hi, there's the tabled correspondence.
Oh, yes, of
yet, and then
course, I
there's
forgot
also a
about that.
new business item 9.6.
So for this, given the previous motion, I think we can just receive this for information, right? Because that's what we're doing, that council receive correspondence M on the proposed OCP from concerned citizens of Souk. Motion received by Councillor, well, it's tabled, right? So it's already moved and seconded, correct? Okay, so we just vote then. Okay, all those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Okay, thank you for that catch. Bylaws, okay, item 10.
Your worship.
No. We have item 9.6.
Point of order,
Yes.
corporate officer had something to say.
9.6. Okay, so over to staff for Charters Road Active Transportation Corridor Grant application.
Perfect. Thank you, your worship. Apologies for the late report on this one. Through your worship to council. Charters corridor right now is a critical TMP project. Small portion of Charters corridor has been included in the 2023 financial plan. That is a small section going south of the stream, just up to the intersection. That project was earmarked in the plan at $2.4 million. Prices now with escalation and the design being almost completed is up around 3.8 to 4.2 for that very small section. It's unfortunate that prices have gone up. In the plan, that was intended to be funded with 700,000 in DCCs, and then the remainder was keyed in queue for potential grant applications. Staff over the course of this spring and last winter, we've completed the design on the entire corridor. We're 85% through intersection all the way down and including Highway 14 intersection. The entire corridor is going to put out approximately 500 meters of active transportation corridor, 1,000 meters of bike lanes, sidewalks, streetlights, boulevards. All environmental work is done on this project. We've included a fish passable culvert and a current impassable culvert location. We've included Newberry weirs in this design for the culvert. It's opened up about 245 meters of fish passable or fish habitat. Done wildlife surveys, bird nest surveys. The project is shelf ready for the entire corridor. The entire corridor costs right now with the current estimates are in at over $6 million at $6,900,042. UBCM's opened up a grant opportunity. There's a grant opportunity opened up for 100% funding up to $6 million. We're looking for, there's a lot of critical information on strategic or the priorities on why this corridor should go forward in 2023 in relation to potential works that are scheduled with the district. If we're successful in the areas voted in on WIP and SPIT or Caltassin for the sewer projects, there would be a lot of sewer infrastructure going in the highway in 2024. The timeline for this project, if council agrees to make a grant application and we're successful, would be tendered out near the end of this year and it would be completed by spring of 2024 prior to or just in unison when works are starting on the highway, meaning that this corridor would be open as a critical alternate route for transportation. Project costs, like I said, are around $6.9 million for this. A council contribution for the project would just be over $1 million, and that includes just shy of $1 million of cash in lieu funds that have been negotiated with developers that the district either has in cash in lieu or would be receiving from works completed as a part of this corridor project, as well as an estimate of $40,000 in staff time between myself, finance, engineering staff. Staff's looking for support from council to make the grant application. They support the active transportation corridor project, total project costs, as well as supporting making an application to UBCM strategic priority funds for $5,918,000 and change, and committing to council's share district's portion of the project at $1,024,248 and change. Leave the following resolutions for council's consideration, and I can answer any further questions anyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Carter, for getting this project to this point, yourself and your team, as well as for finding a hopeful 100% funding option and recognizing the costs. This is when the road broke apart there, you could just see how important this connection is. Like, it doesn't look like it is, but it is, just with the volume of traffic that moves, and there is concern of just school bus safety navigating this. Like, it's really breaking apart. So I'm in full support of this recommendation, and I don't know any ways to just even capture the traffic impact when that road was out. Because it just, you see how much is diverted and how essential this is, and it takes residents where they live by avoiding it. Yeah, we really need to cross our fingers on this one. Councillor Lajeunesse, I'm not superstitious.
Yeah, I think given the time sensitive nature of this, we need to move it forward. And the other thing to think about is if we get some more atmospheric rivers this winter, we might lose the road entirely. So let's just get it done.
But just note that this work wouldn't happen till next year. So at least knowing though that we're having something rolling is important. Okay. So Councillor St. Pierre, can I just read this out, or for the motion. Do you have a question for staff?
I was just wondering if they can move this block.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do. That council support the Charters Road Corridor Active Transportation Project in alignment with the district's transportation master plan at a total project cost of $6,942,797. And that council directs staff to submit a funding application, the amount of $5,918,548.95 to the UBCM Canada Building Strategic Priorities Fund Capital Infrastructure Stream. And that council commits to funding its share of the total project cost, the amount of $1,024,248.05, as well as any project cost overruns. So thank you for specifics. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor St. Pierre, seconding by Councillor Lajeunesse. Anything further? All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so here under bylaws, item 10.1. Bylaw 846, that council adopt the bylaw cited as Sucor Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw number 846 147-43 2022. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Logans. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next up is the Soil Removal and Deposit Bylaw and Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have some presentation prepared. It is just an overview of the staff reports, but it will take a few minutes if council is amenable to hearing it. Great, thank you. So the next three agenda items are interrelated. Apologies in advance for the administrative journey we're about to go on together at this point in the night, but I will try to be succinct. In conjunction with the municipal ticket information bylaw coming up next on the agenda, staff have reviewed all bylaws that are enforced by way of the MTI system. This includes two bylaws related to soil, both of which were written in 1986 and inherited from the CRD. Staff in the engineering department are recommending that both of the soil bylaws be repealed and replaced with one updated soil removal and deposit bylaw. As this is not a minor amendment like the items under item 10.4, this item is being pulled for consideration on its own. The proposed new bylaw in front of council this evening is based on Langford's model, which current SUC staff have worked with in the past. The shift to a volume-based approach to soil movement is considered to be a best practice and is in line with other municipalities in the region. Should council move the new soil bylaw forward, an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw is also recommended. The current fees and charges bylaw lists two types of soil permits, one for removal and one for deposit, each of which has a $100 fee. This would be replaced with a single soil permit. Staff are recommending that low volume soil movement from 20 meters to 300 meters cubed related to the construction of a single family dwelling remain as a flat $100 fee, and soil movement of more than 20 meters cubed that is unrelated to single family construction is proposed as that same $100 fee plus 50 cents per meter cubed. The increased fee helps to offset staff time required to administer and monitor changes associated with soil movement. The manager of engineering is in attendance and has sat here all night if anyone has any questions for her.
Questions for our staff member? Pretty straightforward. Council St. Pierre?
I wasn't going to, but I will now because someone's waited all night for this question. I was actually curious as to whether or not this would apply to large scale landscaping. So you're moving soil on your own property and it stays on your property.
If it was over 20 meters cubed, most people won't have more than 20 meters cubed. Like you can fill up your garden beds with 20 meter cubed and you can probably redo your lawn with 20 meters cubed. It'd be more for anything over that, which would be more than 3 truckloads, about 3 dump truck loads, 3 or 4, not dump truck, pickup truck.
Okay, so your average residential homeowner doesn't have to worry about this stuff.
No, and it's a yearly thing too, right? So you could do your garden beds this year and then you could do them again next year.
Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense. Questions, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, through you to our I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Raphael.
Raphael, yes, okay. So probably mistakenly, I delved into that Langford bylaw and it was good to hear that that's the base for this. But I note there are some significant differences from the document I looked at. here we're stating that 300 meters of topsoil utilized. And I think in the Langford bylaw, it states 100 millimeters.
The 20 to 300 is for single family homes. So that's if a house is getting built and then they're backfilling under their garage to put their slab on, that's covered under the 100 mil, because you don't want to be doing that by volume because they know they have to do that. It's required to build the house.
Okay.
So anything over 20 meters that's not related to a building permit, building a single family home, goes by the volume.
Okay. All right, yeah, I think that's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great work.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the recommendation in front of us is that council give first, second, and third reading to the bylaw cited as soil removal and deposit bylaw number 860, 2022. And two, that council give first, second, and third reading to the bylaw cited as fees and charges amendment bylaw number 865, 752-06, 2022. Moved by Councillor Lajeunesse, seconded by Councillor Logans. Anything on the resolution?
No, just want to thank Raphael for hanging with us for 4.5 hours to answer 2 questions.
Councillor Logans, anything? No? Okay, I'll call anything. No, I'll call a question. All in favor, please. That's unanimous. Thank you the report stands, like it's a very solid report. So thank you for putting that together. We're getting into a lot of pieces coming. So that was that piece. This is on the municipal ticket information bylaw. So this is part of the suite. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Temple.
Thank you. As outlined in the staff report, municipalities in BC have several options to enforce minor to medium bylaw contraventions. One of these is known as a bylaw notice system, and the other is a municipal ticket information system, also known as an MTI. The District of Sauk has used the MTI system since incorporation. I won't go into the differences between the two, as staff remains supportive of using the MTI system and are not seeking council direction to switch enforcement programs, but I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has them. What staff are seeking is council endorsement of a largely administrative process whereby we remove reference to the MTI system from individual bylaws and place them all together in one MTI bylaw. Council may recall a similar process undertaken in late 2019 with the fees and charges bylaw. Having one MTI bylaw ensures accuracy and consistency across all bylaws that can be enforced by means of a ticket. The newly proposed MTI bylaw contains a Schedule A that lists who may enforce each bylaw, and then Schedules B1 through 18, each of which is unique to a specific bylaw and includes the provisions that are subject to ticketing. During the process of reviewing each bylaw, some minor amendments to the MTI schedules have been identified and are outlined in the staff report. Staff are also recommending that in some cases, the fines associated with bylaw contraventions increase. A summary of these proposed increases is also included in the staff report. I would like to state that despite the recommended fine increases, which are largely for acts that could cause damage to municipal assets, bylaw officers do not issue tickets as a matter of first recourse. Our bylaw enforcement policy states that we'll take a public education first approach, and issuance of tickets or other increasing enforcement is usually only undertaken if voluntary compliance is not achieved. Should council wish to support this administrative process, the first item for consideration is the new MTI bylaw, followed by the next agenda item, which includes 17 amendments, which you can move as a block if you like, to existing bylaws. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are with the recommendation that council give first, second, and third reading to the bylaw cited as municipal ticket information bylaw 836, 2022. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any discussion? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next one is the various amendment bylaws that will come forward. I'm not going to read them out. There's 17. So just recommend that council move this block of 17 first, second, and third readings. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any comments, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, well, just awesome work by our bylaw department under Ms. Temple's direction. And I really like the looks of this good neighbors bylaw that's upcoming in the future. We're modernizing. Sauk is, yeah, there we go.
Thanks. Anything? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And a notice of motion from Councillor, okay, moving on to item 11, right? Yes. Yes, okay. Councillor Bateman is reading in a notice of motion. Would you like to read it?
It's a
into the
long
record?
one,
Go
as
ahead.
ever with me. Whereas Souk has an exceptional but underutilized parks and trails system, and whereas a well-promoted schedule of recreational activities, i.e. fitness and walking clubs, and appealing events like the Souk Starlight Cinema that would utilize Souk's parks and trails system and achieve multiple co-benefits, primarily community connection and the encouragement of outdoor health and wellness. And whereas the Sea Park Strategic Plan 2015 recommends partnerships with other community organizations to expand its programming outside of existing recreational facilities. And whereas Sea Park employs a team of seasoned professionals who can organize, book, and deliver recreational activities in affiliation with the district, therefore be it resolved that the district engage with the Sea Park Commission to explore multi-party collaborative possibilities and develop a pilot schedule of engaging park-based activities for implementation at some point in the future.
Okay, so that's being read into the motion now, and it'll come forward on July the 11th. Okay, so lastly is council verbal reports. Item 12, Councillor Logan's.
Councillor Bateman and I went to the horseshoe pitch on Saturday morning, and we got a little sunburn, and it was so much fun, and hopefully y'all can come next year.
Well played. How did you do?
We were horrible, but we had an amazing time together, and we met lots of great people who taught us tons of tips, and the folks who were organizing the event were all members of the club and going around teaching us all little pointers and just full of beans. So it was a lot of fun.
Thank you for organizing that, Councillor Logan's, and good for you for getting out to and enjoy an amenity that that we opened 4 years ago, I think. One of the first things in the first year, right? I can't remember now. Councillor Beddoes.
Just the sports box opening yesterday was a pretty big highlight. Waited a long time for that. A good time. Hot. Ended up working for Jennifer, which was hard. No, it was a pleasure. That was a lot of fun, and I think it's an excellent facility, and we're looking forward to expanding on it. The other one is Canada Day is coming up, and I'm hoping all councillors can make it. You will walk in with the color guard. You come to the gate with your vehicle, and you will be allowed in. No other vehicles get in. You'll be given a temporary pass and muster up at about 11:45. And we have, I don't know what the color guard's going to look like, but we have 2 pipers, which may end up being 1. You have, it is what you get. It changes daily, but we're kicking it off. It'll be a good time. Please be there.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'll just state that we were 1 win and 2 losses at the horseshoe pit, and Councillor Logan's was awesome in the warm-up. You got a whole series of ringers, and then it went south. But it was fun, and then on Saturday night, Carolyn and I went to the Anglican Church for the Rotary Club of Souk's fundraiser for Ukrainian newcomers residing at Grouse Nest, and they raised $3,000 with door donations and donations from Rotary members and via the church's Vital Victuals program. So that was impressive. And finally, I attended the Search and Souk Region Nonprofits Forum at the Community Hall last week. And there were people from the Food Bank, Souk Museum, the EMCS Society, Transition Souk, Lone Cupboard, Sokla, Air Manor, and more. And, lots of good, realistic conversation about needs and wants. And so Christine Bossy and Searchin will be doing a follow-up in the fall. And again, we have a strong volunteer community that post-COVID needs to rebound a little bit. Yeah, and then Thursday afternoon, there is an open house at the MCS for the Elders Complex, and that's kicking off their fundraising drive. So Mary Dunn, Carol Panalski, and all will be there to
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's nice to be back among the living after my little bout with COVID there a few weeks back. And I was really looking forward to participating in the Horseshoe Club's event on Saturday, but unfortunately I had another issue pop up. And yeah, the opening of the Ravens Ridge Sport Box was excellent yesterday. I had a great time at that and talked to several members of the public and the premier and the school district chair. Is that his title, Ravi? Yeah, so I had a good discussion with him about our schools as well. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just this last Friday, I had another meeting of AVICC and the conference planning proceeds apace. I think it started real early around those parts, so that's good. Served a lot of hot dogs, had a lot of help. Kirk cooks a mean dog. Good news.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Councillor Bateman. We haven't met since the library opened, so just wanted to recognize the work that you did and as well as staff for getting that facility open. It's absolutely beautiful, and so thank you for that. As well as Councillor Beddoes for the sport box. You may not have been there when it started, but you certainly carried the ball over the line, and that's the important part, is also finishing strong. The facility is beautiful. When I was driving home a bit earlier today, I saw about 3 kids walking down the road with hockey sticks and rollerblades hanging off the end, looking very tired but happy. So that's exactly what we're wanting, is to see. I've never seen that before in Sun River. So here we are, actually, many starting to enjoy the site. It's absolutely beautiful. In terms of the Ukraine, the Transit Commission did put forward supported a resolution to fund the bus pass program because of the volume has changed significantly from what was supported in previous years. And also just to recognize both the efforts over at Grouse Nest, but also locally through the United Way, there are a lot of families now that are also accepting new families into their homes and sharing their households. It starts for about 90 days. Already some have beginning to pick up work. I met a young boy that had his first day at Suk Elementary today. So there are a number of residents within our community that are continually opening their hearts and homes and finding ways to help, which I think is really important. I was at Poyer School recently for a little session there. They had a mini town hall with 5 specific projects that the school kids were all working on. They were all just excellent. So I think in terms of youth engagement, it's not just reaching out to the MC leadership class. The younger generations don't see the problems, they just see solutions, and they're very focused when it comes to a specific idea. So lots of great ideas of what they would like to see programmed for youth, either in the library or in the gathering place that Searchin is hosting. So thank you to everyone for the work that you're doing and continue to do. And we'll see what happens on Canada Day. Hearing that it's going to rain, but I kind of hard to believe that. So anyway, on that note, a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.